Hey, Power people. Welcome back to the Power Network. I'm Amy. Today, Grayson from Hidden True Crime, Autism, and everything you really didn't want to know about her. This is a live about Gray Bay from Hidden True Crime, and we're going to talk about Dr. John, Lauren, and Grayson, who did a Patreon only live where they discuss Grayson's brother's autism and so much more. It's alarming to say the least. So we're getting into it. I'm rolling the intro while the algorithm brings in the rest of the Power Crew. Shout out to our replay crew and my Power Dragonflies. Love you, babies.
Carefully strumming his old guitar again. Words rolling out into our fire. If heaven had wings, I would steal them and fly away with you for a while. Hearing the essence of gratitude, your dreamy little smile on my lips. I miss my cue, but baby, I had you. Miss my cue, but I had you for that day.
The essence of gratitude. It's so good to be back here this morning with my Power Crew. If you were with me yesterday, you saw me work this live up, so it's ready to go, and we're going to be talking about our Gray Bay. Our Gray Bay. It reminds me of that Salt Bay guy. Like every time I say Gray Bay, I want to do that little sprinkling of salt. Gray Bay, Salt Bay. The song is from Serena Matthews. She's a singer from Tennessee, and it's Here in the Blue. Almost all the music that I use is Serena's music. She's a friend of mine who opened up her catalog to me, and she allows me to use it without, copyright. Well, she's given me the copyright, so. Yeah, it is a pretty song, isn't it? She has another really pretty song, Moon Hanging Low, that I really love too. So, but she's a lot of the songs that I use. Well, all the songs, except the older songs. I was paying for those songs and now I don't. So, yeah. It's haunting. Yeah. It's haunting, but I love it because it talks about gratitude and it talks about you guys and just, finding your way. And yeah. Good morning. No clue why I'm awake at this time, but I'm grateful that there's something to watch and chat. Well, I have no idea either. I know why I'm awake because I got a little bird that wakes up with the chickens. He's a rooster. Aren't you, baby? But my mind, I like a little half hour before I wake up and deal with him because having a bird is just like it's a lot. It's a lot like dealing with a child. Yeah, so I like to prepare myself and get myself ready for the morning and yeah. So good morning, everyone. Miss Mojo Rising, thank you for being a dragonfly for 1 month. Happy Tuesday back to you. So we're talking about our Gray Bay today. We're talking about our Gray Bay. Yes, we are. While I get my screen together, if we could just start that algorithm dance party that I like to do and warm up your fingers and dance them right up to the hearts and thumbs up button. Helps us go out into the algorithm and party out there. Bring more people back. It's just an absolute free way to help me out, and it's really, really appreciated. And if you want to go a step further, you can also share my content. You can share it to your favorite socials. Today, we're coming to you on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. So, hi, everyone. And just sharing it to your favorite socials helps me out. So, all right. What, baby? I'm not going outside. He likes to tell me that I'm going outside. It's freezing out there, baby. If you want to go outside, be my guest, but I will not be going outside. Since I'm in Florida and it's freezing. Like, I feel like it should be against the law to be freezing in Florida. Okay. Let me adjust myself here. I'm weird. I have to have things symmetrical. Anyone else like that? Or it drives me crazy. Okay, over on Reddit, they were talking first, let's scale it back. The other day, J for Justice had a live that was a members only, but then it turned into things just got really disturbing. The Autism Patreon live. And I was like, what in the world is all this about? This is weird. This is weird. And at first, and I wasn't really paying attention to it, and I was skipping around. I thought they were talking about Gray Bay. I really did. I thought that's who we were talking about. But it's even worse. They're talking about Gray Bay's brother. So Jay had a Autism Patreon live, and over on Reddit, they were talking about it. Hold on. I'm pulling up something else really quick that I forgot. I forgot to read something really quick. Okay. So over on Reddit, they were saying Grayson's Patreon audio with her new parents, which is so funny because aren't they her new parents? It's so gross. My thought was that Grayson's either trolling the Matthiases or she's vulnerably oversharing with people who are not capable of empathy. Well, I'm sure she's been tricked into a sense of what they do, and they make you feel safe and warm, and and they put you in their little thought experiment love bubbles. And I'm sure Gray Bay surely doesn't think they would talk about her the way that they all talk about everybody else. Surely they wouldn't be doing that. Surely her information must be safe with the Matthiases and the Patreon crew, when nothing is safe on the internet. If you put it up on the internet, expect it to be seen, right? Expect it to be seen and shared, and just don't put it up if you don't want it to be seen and shared. Just expect that. You can expect it. Good morning, boss lady. You're very OCD. Yeah, it's annoying. I'll take down a thumbnail if I see something off center, and it won't matter. It won't matter to anyone but me. But then also I make stupid mistakes, like I will misspell something on a thumbnail. I do that too. So anyway, they're talking about it, and they're saying that she's vulnerable and oversharing, and she mentions a connection with her real parents, but she's fully enmeshed and sucked into the Matthias cult at this point. Dr. Yon seems stumped, and Lauren too busy in the bathroom. I haven't listened to all of this, so I'm really looking forward to it. If they are so burned out on true crime that they cannot listen without jaded sarcasm, it's time to take a break. I agree. This could be an attempt to legitimize themselves and show that they have a healthy relationship with Gray Bay. Epic fail. Grayson is drinking Dr. Babe's Kool-Aid and turning into a mini version of Lauren. Feels icky to me. Grayson could be another victim that they are saving while throwing her under the bus for more content and money. Could be, I think for sure. But also, I don't know if our Grayson is as innocent as we all like to think she is. I mean, she does have the crazy eyes, but I'm a firm believer, like, not everybody can help crazy eyes. So you can't go by the eyes, but there is a little craziness in those eyes. But I say it because I'm a little crazy too. I feel like I can say these things because I recognize my craziness. Luckily, I didn't get the crazy eyes, so I can hide it a little bit more. But I just don't know if our Gray Bay is as innocent as she likes to make us think she is, because she's what is she, 20? I think we said 24, 25, around that area. So, I mean, her brain is just about fully formed, and if not is fully formed. And yeah, she's making these choices, and I've pulled up some clips of her being not so nice. And so I think we need to start looking at her accountability and all of this as well, because she was the one on the phone. This is my newest favorite clip that I did, where she was wanting to call Gigi.
Pull up Gigi. Call Gigi. We call Gigi. You want me to call Gigi? You want to piece Gigi in as we go too?
We need to call Gigi and ask her, Gigi, what Gigi thinks about Gray Bay. But yeah, so she was, calling Gigi and doing all of the stuff that she was getting her little dirty hands into. So I think we need to look at her, but with that same vein, no flying monkeys on this part, no like going and digging into her, like, as much as I want to, no digging into her parents, her sister, her brother, they're not crime. They're not people that, well, I mean, I guess it's like subjective, but they haven't been convicted of a crime in the court of law, right? Maybe in the court of public opinion, but it's a little bit different when you go and dig in just a civilian's background just because you can, right? It's probably out there, but is it the right thing to do? So there's no flying monkeys. We're just looking at very basic surface stuff. We're not looking into like her parents and all of that, but Gray Bay did put this out there on the internet, so I feel like it's safe for us to look at it. Yeah, I think I remember you telling me that, Just Me. She says, I was running a household and raising babies at her age. Good morning, Jenny Quilted. So good to see you. So we're going to take a quick peek at this, and we'll get into it. Everything that we view today, I will put over in the YouTube show notes. I do this for fair use, and I do this to cite our sources. I get sometimes you want to watch something in its entirety, but this is a commentary channel, so everything will be over in the notes if you want to go and watch it on your own.
Tune. It's actually a light pink. Does it look white on the camera? But thank you. Hey, Ark. You quit smoking June 2016, and I still...
looks totally white to me. I need to... We did we copied Jay, and I created a bingo game over here, and it's called Pingo.
Everybody
with a Pingo. And I need to do something fun like that for us. Shannon and I watched a movie together and played Pingo one day, but we'll get it together with a case and do it like this. But okay, getting into it.
Everybody coming in, close your legs.
Close your legs.
I don't know when it was recorded, but I think it was put out last night. You are at the beginning, Burning. Hey, Penny. Hey, Nana.
To be proud of.
Nona. Why do they have audio only? Well, you're going to hear. Because Lauren's not camera ready. She didn't put her plastic on. She didn't put her plastic on before the Patreon.
Is here with us at the table. We are at the table.
They're all at the table.
Patreon specials as well as sometimes our episodes. And actually, just before we turn this on, I was telling John how I want a new table, but it's going to be hard to part with this one after everything we've been through with it. It's like,
true.
You know, oh, Lily, you love this table. Lily gets fed at this table. Anyway, hi, Grayson.
Hi.
Lily gets fed at the table.
Yeah.
I would
So,
never.
yeah, I was eating cucumbers before I turned this on too. I will stop so that no one has to deal with crunch because it's audio only. And Jones has papers out, and Grayson
What kind of papers?
brought
Rolling
up today
papers?
what she would like us to talk about on Patreon. And she said,
Of course, John has his papers out. When have we ever not seen John with his papers? We wish it were rolling papers. Maybe then it'd be a little more fun.
well, she actually said, I really want you guys to do an episode on this. And she started talking to us about this case, and it was interesting.
I'm very
And
uncomfortable sitting
I hope that you heal really fast and you start feeling better.
here. She kept sharing some interesting aspects of why it would mean a lot to her to talk about this case. And we finally said, you know what, let's.
So here they're trying to frame it like our Gray Bay is wanting to do this. Like she woke up and said, Lauren, please, let me share about my autistic brother. No, Gray, not today. Okay. Then the next day, John, please let me share about my autistic brother. No, Gray Bay, not today. And then every day from there on out until finally they relented and said, finally, Grayson, fine. You twisted our arms behind our back. You win. We will do this inappropriate live about your brother, but we'll put it up on Patreon. We will charge for it. Grayson,
let's do this for Patreon and invite you on. And then she said, video or audio? And I said, we're turning this on right now. No video for me tonight. Oh, Lily. And Lily's, feeling a little sheepish too tonight after her big debut. Lily, I don't know if you know, John, she sat through an entire episode. She's got thousands of people admiring her, huh, Lily? So we're going to give you a break.
She's angling for your cucumbers, but I think when she learns it's cucumbers, she's probably going to be much less interested.
Actually, no, she does like cucumbers.
Oh, she does?
Yeah,
Oh, really?
when she was a puppy, she would get sick all the time. So I did this whole thing. This is like peak
I shall
20-year-old
have
dog
fun.
mom, too much time on her hands. I did all this research for raw feeding a dog. Like it would take me hours every single week. And she ate fruits and veggies and raw meats and a lot of other stuff.
Angling for the toe beans. I want to.
So funny because yesterday when we were doing the research over on Reddit, people were asking about the dog, the therapy dog. Why does Grayson have a therapy dog? What is her disability? And does that disability make her vulnerable to exploitation? Why is she so enmeshed with Lauren and John? Like, what's wrong with her? Grayson is definitely strange, and I wouldn't want to ever be alone with her. I know in California, all she would need is a signed note from her doctor, a few sentences describing her dog. It's the same in most states. Her dog, although they're trying to change therapy dogs because people are bringing their dogs out into public, calling them therapy dogs, and they're like biting people. And I mean, that's not good. And write that it's an emotional support animal. The main reason a person would have the note is because landlords are required to. I've had that before, actually. My psychiatrist made me a note for when I had my little Chihuahua, so that I could keep her in my apartment and not to have to pay the deposit. It is a way to get around stuff like that. Allow you to have an emotional support animal in your apartment, even because they're not allowed to refuse it. I think legally, if your doctor says it's emotional support, they can't say no to it. So I wouldn't put much thought into why she has an emotional support, but what I'm saying is it's very easy to get one. It's probably, and my Maybelline, she supported me in ways that nobody else could have. And I mean, like this week, I'm going to do some content for my Feel Good University because I got to get back out there. She's my little crutch to get out in public. It just helped me feel safe. But I was going through a lot of trauma and stuff. But I mean, and so is a lot of people. But anyway, what I'm saying is it's very easy to get one, and in it. I get why people, and I love having dogs out in public if they're well behaved. I love them. But if they're not well behaved, you shouldn't be doing that. But people don't have that. Some people don't have that ability to recognize that. So, and that's how I'll say that. And I've never been around Lily, but she looks like a really loving and sweet dog. But yeah, free Lily. But it also seems like Gray Bay probably takes really good care of Lily. But you also have to be mindful. I have to be mindful because every animal that I've ever had, I have intense emotions, you guys. I have intense emotions. I'm a Scorpio. Well, I'm a woo-woo girl and I'm a Scorpio. And I'm one of those people that announces that I'm a Gen X, I'm a Scorpio, and I'm a woo-woo girl before I even walk into the freaking room. So we've got our guidelines, right? You can expect some strangeness, high strangeness. I'm done pretending, I'm done hiding my weirdness, right? So I announce it before I walk into the room. And you have to be careful because every one of my animals has taken to self-harming themselves when my emotions get too big. And it's not like I'm screaming at them because I'm not. I am so, you've heard me. I'm very loving towards my animals. It's me. I turn it inward. I'm somebody who's self-destructive. So, I'll cry. I'll be nervous for no freaking reason. I just do things. I'll pick at my face, I'll pace, just stuff that are harmful to me. And so what I'm saying is I can only imagine like all of the intense emotions that are happening in the hidden true crime camp can't be healthy for the dog because they pick up on our emotions. I don't care if you believe me on that one or not. That is a 100% fact. So, Junie plucks his feathers when I let my emotions get out of hand. So I have to manage, I got an animal and I have to manage my emotions so the animal won't self-harm. So it's crazy, but it's true. And I've never really looked at Lily too closely, but a lot of dogs will self-harm and that they'll start licking their paws because, their skin starts getting inflamed from all the anxiety and, stuff like that will start to happen to a dog, or they'll get, and I'm sure this dog probably has it where they can't be alone. So anyway, I just think that maybe we do need to look at freeing Lily or freeing Grayson and Lily. But what do you guys think about Lily and all of this?
I'm going to give you a special shout out, Toe Beans and Holly. Holly, welcome to Cooterville, girl. Welcome on in and close your legs. But Toe Beans, I want to give you a special shout out, girl. You have really had my back. And I just want you to know it does not go unnoticed. Are they having a threesome? I don't know. I'm very uncomfortable sitting here.
It was ridiculous. I did it for like 2 years, and then I eventually was like, I love you, but I can't keep up with this. And I did a slow transition back to dog food, and she thankfully took to it and does not get sick every day anymore.
That's impressive. Well, Lily is only sitting by me right now, and it's because I have the cucumbers, and also she knows that I'm the one that feeds her at the table.
I can't stand Lauren. She's sitting by me now. She's your therapy dog, but she's by me. So, I got the cucumbers. All right, Lauren, whatever. You're the best at everything. Everybody loves you. It's never your fault. If they don't like you, it's something on,
So I've created that bad habit, but you deserve it. You deserve it. You're the
It's
cutest.
why she likes coming to work with me every day. She's
I
like, I
agree,
go there and I get food. My mom doesn't give me people food.
that is actually a good point. I think she is doing that too. A Kathy cat lady says, I think Lauren is using the dog to seem less cold. I bet she hates animals because she hates kids. Yeah, she doesn't seem like she likes kids. And she doesn't, to me, seem like she likes dogs. But Lily's she's one of those dogs that I know they still do shed, but they shed less. And I think she's a golden doodle. So I imagine she's less problems than a lot of dogs, like Chihuahuas. I had a Chihuahua too, and they shed like a mofo, but I love Chihuahuas. They're my favorite. I had a Chihuahua. They lived 22 years. Mine lived for 15. He thought he was a pit bull. The doctors said, oh no, she was 14. I mean, the doctors said everyone is scared of a 5-pound dog. He learned fast. Yeah, I mean, the Chihuahuas tend to run the house. Like they're like, they don't mess around. They do not mess around. And people either love Chihuahuas or they do not like Chihuahuas. So they're the probably I would be a Chihuahua if I were a dog with the big emotions, right? They have big emotions for a little thing. The cat lady, I hate that you two made us change to long handles. I don't know what happened. Oh, one of the channels, Angela's Aging Essentials, that I've done work with on cases. We like to take a case and talk about skincare. It's called Skincare and Suspects. She had all of her teeth removed and got dentures. So if you are kind of like going through that journey, I recommend her channel for you. Okay, sidetrack. Sorry about that. Let's get back into this.
You love being head of HR. You deserve it. You're the
That's why she
cutest.
likes coming to work with me every day. She's like, I go there and I get food.
That's why she likes coming to work with me every day. I go there and I get food. So are they really trying to make it look like the orange couch isn't at Grayson's? Come on. We know it's at Grayson's. Home Goods. It went from Home Goods to
They
Grayson's.
really are trying to make us think that it's not Grayson's apartment. And because we did go into all of that, trying to figure out our gray bay and what was up and where she lived. And I forget, I think somebody over in Reddit had mentioned that the orange couch was in her apartment. And I was like, ow, I see. I got it.
Gray's apartment. Thank you so much, Shell. She said, Jay, you the best. Love you a long time. I love you too. And give that grandbaby lots of kisses.
I pulled this up because I knew the orange couch would be coming out. This was something that Every Day with Jay put out with the gray bay and the cozy orange couch.
This with all of you. We need to go.
The way I'm
True.
noticing when I bend over to read. So I might have to figure out a way to put my probable cause and motions up higher, because I think bending over isn't helping. So referring to her father, Barry Cox, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Barry Cox also spent time behind bars because he didn't pay his taxes. And what did he do when he got out of prison? He wrote a book about how he was right and that no one should have to pay their taxes. And he cited God and scripture as his argument.
I'm out and about. I just purchased a new blush and I can't wait. We got to talk. I did a live show earlier today. Many of you know, it was same outfit, same me. And I talked about Lori's motion for a retrial, right? She wants a redo. Of course she does. And I said in that live, I want to know how the state's going to respond. I'm out and about spending a little bit of money that John, thank goodness he just let me know that I need to slow down on my purchases. But I'm over here shopping. And this came down while I was in Home Goods, if I'm going to be honest, looking at some furniture that I'm not going to buy. Don't worry, Dr. John. Don't worry, babe. And this came down on the docket and I saw it and I'm like, dude, I've got to just go run to the car and tell you guys what's going on. If you haven't seen my live from earlier today, go check it out. Yeah, I'm going to go call John. He called me actually. I said, John, I'm putting you on Do Not Disturb, but if you call twice, you're going to override it. So don't. I'm going live. He goes, okay. Anyway, I'm going to go take off. That's the latest. Hello, Hidden Gems. If you saw my live the other night, I explained I was doing a bit of shopping and looking at some furniture after John told me I ought to slow down on my purchases. That's a true story. Well, I did go back yesterday and I bought the couch. But I am proud to say that John now sees my vision. We love having this cozier set and a place I can hopefully do some in-person interviews. Let me know what you guys think.
Let me know what you guys think, because it reminds me a lot of this.
Come and knock on our door. Come and knock on our door. Waiting for you. Come and knock on our door. Come and knock on our door. Waiting for you.
That's what Grayson's apartment and their studio reminds me of.
At Grayson's.
My mom doesn't give me people food.
Do you love being head of HR? Yes, you do. Yes, you do. So she's she's making us all smile right now, and we're going to talk about a
Fortunately-
very sad case. So
Fortunately, as head of HR, she has a very small department to run.
Cheapers.
She doesn't have too many responsibilities.
Just me.
And right, and you're,
just me.
and the one person she supervises is very amenable
Yeah.
to her direction.
I want to explain why we decided that too, because covering crime is difficult. We're about to talk about a difficult case, and it is so nice to have a dog here that doesn't know what we're talking about and is just like, I love you.
Glad that you can be here with us while you're not feeling well. I'm on my own mouth healing journey. I've started doing this new toothpaste and I think it's working. When I do my live where I go to the Kava Kava bar, I'm going to talk about these new things that I'm not selling anything. I'm just sharing what I've been doing new that's been helping with my teeth, because I've got some cavities and I've been using this new stuff. And I really think it's like getting rid of some of I don't want to say it because I know it doesn't seem possible, but there's this dentist out there that is telling you how to heal cavities. And I've been following her program and my mouth just feels so much better. The cavity is shrinking. And my teeth were getting really, I have really sensitive teeth, and they were like, I couldn't like whiten them because that would be too much for them. So they were like getting yellowish. And so this new stuff is whitening them, and they were kind of getting a little see-through, and that's starting to go away again. It's remineralizing my mouth, my gums and stuff. And so and then I started taking this new supplement, not for my teeth but for my skin. Well, actually it's not even for my skin. It's the liposomal NAD plus ultimate, and it's for like energy, but it's for menopausal women. All right, that's what I'm like. It's a ticky-tacky thing, and it's so strong. I can only take it because supplements I have to be really careful of, because it gives me so much energy that I take it every other day. But it is making my skin tighter. It's like changing the jowls on my face. It's making them go away. And so today I'm supposed to take it, but I really don't want to take it because it gives me a lot of energy. So I don't know if I'm going to take it. I don't know if I'm going to do it, wait till tomorrow. But if I don't take it today, tomorrow I will notice some looseness. It's weird. I don't know. Has anyone else used this NAD plus? I don't even know if I'm saying it right, but it's pretty wild. And then I started doing some more. I bought some topical stuff that I want to talk about. But I'm into skincare.
Guys, and I'm here to pet, and I'm soft, and I just want to sleep with you guys. So anyway, but Grayson, why don't I have this?
Wait, what? Did she say
Grayson doesn't have autism? She's talking about her brother who has autism.
Sleep with you guys? I thought they were sitting at the table. Who's you guys? And when does her dog sleep with you guys? Did you guys catch that? Listen.
Guys, and I'm here to pet and difficult case. And it is so nice to have a dog here that
Who's you guys? I gotta listen to that.
And when does her dog sleep with you guys? With you guys? Wait, what?
anyway, but Grayson,
Sleep
why
with
don't
you
I
guys.
have
Wait,
this
wait.
so nice to have a dog here that doesn't know what we're talking about and is just like, I love you guys and I'm here to pet and I'm soft and I just want to sleep with you guys. So anyway, but Grayson,
Sleep
why
with
don't
you
I
guys. Wait,
have this
Wait, what?
I mean, she's doing a whole bunch of leakage there. So she's saying to us that she sleeps at the studio apartment or whatever, the Grayson's apartment. She sleeps on the orange couch. Hopefully that's where she's sleeping. But anyway.
What? Did she say sleep with you guys? I thought they were sitting at the table. Who's you guys? And when does her dog sleep with you guys? Did you guys catch that? Listen.
Guys, and I'm here to pet and difficult case. And it is
I'm
so
also going to, just this is another side note. I see you guys talking about the supplement. I'm also going to start a new supplement when I get paid tomorrow. I want to try. It's I've been seeing it's not I'm not going to get the Primal Queen because it's so expensive. There's a generic version of it. I'm going to get the cheaper one, but it's the one where it's like eating the hearts and the liver and the organs, because I've heard it really helps autoimmunes and menopause and stuff like that. So I'm going to try that out too, because one of my biggest issues that I have is lack of energy. Like there's some days where I can't even like walk very far. So I just want to have energy again. I'm not worried about my weight. I just want energy. That's where I'm going for.
nice to have a dog here that doesn't know what we're talking about and is just like, I love you guys and I'm here to pet and I'm soft and I just want to sleep with you guys. So anyway, but Grayson, why don't I hand this cell phone recording over to you and tell us about this case and welcome. I guess you've done Patreon so far, so I can't welcome you. Welcome back.
Yeah.
Meg, I don't think she likes dogs.
No, I was
She's
at
pretending.
home was it last night, whenever, and I saw this case.
Wait, hold on. Oh, whoa. Yeah, that's awkward moment. I'm with you guys.
Done Patreon so far. So
Listen to this.
Welcome back.
Yeah. No, I was at home was it last night, whenever, and I saw this case.
I was at home last night or whenever. When's the last time you went home? Why are you shacking up over there? That's weird.
We know she,
I
mean, we knew she was staying with Grayson in June when that police officer came to the apartment. Remember that? We knew that she was sleeping over there because when she told the the police officer that Dr. Yan said, she was supposed to go on vacation, but he said, stay here, biatch. Handle your business. Nobody wants to deal with it.
So far, so I can't welcome you. Welcome back.
Yeah. No, I was at home was it last night, whenever, and I saw this case.
was okay. So she stays the night. Confirmation.
I knew.
Bing bong.
And then Lauren said the dog just wants to sleep with you guys.
What does Lauren bring to her bed so the dog will sleep with her? Cucumbers? Oh, gosh. That's what she said. My God, Amy. Oh, my, that was horrible. Sorry, guys.
Online, and it just resonated with me a lot. I don't share it a lot. I have two siblings on the spectrum. One struggles a lot more than the other. And so this case was this 11-year-old in Pennsylvania who, his name was Clayton. His name's being publicly put on news, so I figured we could share it. And he was turning 11 this week. His family stayed up until midnight to sing happy birthday to him. And they, I guess, had taken away his Nintendo Switch, and it was time.
So I'm gonna give you guys like a little warning that she's talking about a case where an 11-year-old shot his father. Just so you know.
Time for bed, and he got angry, and it seemed like he was looking for his Nintendo Switch. Found the key to his dad's gun safe, and ended up getting, I think it was a revolver. Don't quote me. A gun out of the gun safe, loaded it, and shot his dad. The dad passed away. But as I was looking more into it, I just kept seeing, like, I saw a letter. I'll actually say it was, her Facebook name is Abby Blabby. She posted it. It was a letter from the parents to the school district, like essentially begging the school district to put him in a special needs school for more help. They'd adopted him.
You think that Lauren stays at the Gray Bay apartment? I know it's been like, we've been talking about it. This is it seems like something that Jay's been wondering too.
$500 flight today. I haven't seen my son because my husband said he doesn't need this, just stay here and deal with this. And,
What? Hold on. We missed a $500 flight today, and I haven't seen my son.
So here's the part where she's talking about missing the flight and she hasn't seen her son. And now we know that Lily sleeps with you guys. So that means that she sleeps with either Lauren, John, Grayson, or their son, right? I would say those are the guys. Those are the guys. Interesting.
Because my
husband said
he
doesn't need this, just stay here.
He doesn't need this. Stay here. So basically, hold on. John told her, our son doesn't need this. Stay there, meaning at Grayson's. Did you hear that? Wow. Did you hear that? John said he don't need this shit. My husband said stay there.
I heard it.
Oh, he said stay away.
Yeah. So we missed a $500 flight today. I haven't seen my son because my husband said he doesn't need this, just stay here and deal with this. And we're gonna start picking out the pieces. And you're right, like, can't control.
I bet he said biatch, though. I'm sure he said biatch. In my mind, he did. Thank you so much, Kitty Hackelson, I've been enjoying your content. Thanks for all you do, and you're so welcome. It's something that I really enjoy doing. But thank you so much for supporting the channel. It means a lot to me. I know, she's such a liar. Ick.
In 2018, so he was around 3, I believe.
Okay.
We
don't know the background really about adoption.
I couldn't find much background on it, but you could just tell that the parents had been like begging for help. And in my own experience with my siblings and specifically,
it gets even worse. It gets even worse. Thank you, G Lander. Can we say boundary issues? Absolutely.
Boundary issues.
Absolutely. And I think that Lauren knows exactly what she's doing.
She does.
By letting Grayson put this leakage out there. It gets really, really personal. I can't believe that.
I mean, we're only 15 minutes into it. I should speed it up a little bit. Hold on. I need to refresh it so I can speed it up a little bit. Because this is a 3-hour live.
Boundary issues. Absolutely. Absolutely. And I think that Lauren knows exactly what she's doing by letting Grayson put this leakage out there. It gets really, really personal. I can't believe that Lauren, as her boss, would ever let her put what she put in this.
I don't think Lauren respects that type of relationship. Like, boss schmosh. She'll probably play the boss card when it suits her, but she'll make it seem like she's your friend too. So like she's got a little friend assistant type deal.
Podcast for them to make money off of. It's so weird and so gross.
So weird.
Hey, Felicia, good to see you.
My brother, my family had a really hard time growing up.
It's so Lauren. It's so Lauren Matthias and John. And John probably jumped on this. He's got his papers. Dr. Jan's got his paperwork. I wonder if anybody interrupts Dr. Jan. I captured this from Jolene. This is my favorite Dr. Jan moment.
It's about the fact that years ago when that person cut me off, she could not handle my vulnerability and my raw emotion, and I'm still pissed. Years later,
I am still pissed for Dr. Jan. Still.
He struggled a lot with violence and with outbursts. I'll share his diagnosis. I actually talked to my family today
Before you do that really quickly, I think there's some important aspects of this case. So before you go forward about your brother, because it's so shocking to hear that a little boy just shot and killed
That's too
his
fast.
dad. I think
Slow that one down. That's too fast. Can't understand wine lips over there.
part of the case before we go forward is what happened after the child. The child said what? You know what I mean? Like, so explain what happened that we know so far in the case, because that'll explain the mindset the child was.
Yeah. So sorry, I was like trying to get to why I wanted to cover this so bad.
Jay, I'm here for the circus sound clip. It suits these clowns.
Hey, Shelly Bean, thank you for the cooter chat. What's the circus one? Oh, this one? You know what? You're right. I need to get that warmed up. Thank you for your cooter chat.
I came in and told John, we got to talk about this. But so Clayton, trying to get to why I wanted
to deal with those kind of people, because I unfortunately am slightly, I interrupt. Because I get super excited and then I apologize for interrupting. Also, I'll forget it too. If I don't say it right away, then I forget it. But I try not to interrupt as much as I used to.
So bad. I came in and told John, we got to talk about this. But so Clayton, sorry, I was like trying to get to why I wanted to cover this so bad. I came in and told John, we got to talk about this. But so Clayton, the mom hears a noise and smells what she says smells like fireworks, nudges her husband, no response, turns on the light, realizes he's bleeding. They call the police. At some point, he says, I killed daddy. And then the police also overheard him telling his mom that he had killed his dad. And then when they had asked him, I'm going to pull the article actually.
Yeah, let's read the article.
There was a really
good article. You read it to me.
Yeah.
It helped me sort of understand what this was a little bit. This is very sad.
He told the police he had a good day with his parents. When his dad told me he needed to go to bed, he got angry. And when police asked Clayton what he thought would happen when he fired the gun, he said, quote, he was mad and he had not thought about that. This is from WGAL. They're a local news source, and they got
did some research.
So in other words, it seems like he doesn't understand consequences. Like he didn't realize he wasn't thinking, or
like to me, it seems like he didn't think what happens when I do this, which is why it resonated with me, because my own family, I noticed like my brother growing up never thought next step. It was what's now. There's never any like consequence or any like if I do X, then Y and then Z happens. And so another interesting aspect of this, which I actually want to talk about, is they said he's being held without bail at the local jail, Perry County Prison. And I mean, I assume he's separated from adults, but there's something about it that doesn't sit right with me with an 11-year-old being in a prison. It's very clear he had mental health issues. And now he's sitting in a prison. No matter what way you slice it, this family's destroyed.
Yeah.
And he's being denied bail, and he was charged with criminal homicide, which in Pennsylvania, where he lives, after the age of 10, they're charged as adults. So he's also being charged as an adult. His lawyers can argue to charge him as a juvenile, but I don't know.
Yeah.
There's a lot to unpack, but it's like, I just can't stop thinking about it.
And what is it that you can't stop thinking about the most?
Yeah, I think just how there's a lot of times I called my parents today talking about it, and I was like, not that I ever thought that this would be our family, right? But like I when I talked about it to my dad, like, I guess I never really thought about it that way. Like we had a lot of struggles with violence. My parents were trying to get help. The lack of resources is insane, and just how I guess I just couldn't stop thinking about how easily these situations can happen, and just how scary it is. And so I actually called my brother. Luckily, he's doing better than he was as a child. And I asked him if I could talk about some of his struggles growing up, and he was okay with it. My parents were okay with it. I actually checked with my entire family, just because it's family's family. I just wanted to get everybody's approval and consent.
Is that better?
Yeah. So my brother, I'll say, was diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder, and then ODD, which is oppositional defiance disorder. Defiant. I don't know which one. And then he was diagnosed with ADHD, and then had severe anxiety. And
I have her sped up a little
one of my
bit.
sisters had ASD, although hers back then they called it Asperger's.
Yeah.
I don't think they call it that anymore.
No, they don't.
Hers was more socially.
I feel like sometimes everybody has a little touch of the, I shouldn't say that, but sometimes I feel like I have a touch of the tism sometimes. But it was more, I always thought it was more of the Asperger's, but everything now is they've gotten rid of Asperger's, and now it's just levels of autism.
Geared. She struggles socially, and then she had ADHD as well.
Autism and
So,
ODD.
yeah,
Got it.
mental health has definitely been rampant in my family my whole life, but just seeing how fast this can happen, and then just really reading the letter from the school district is what angered me the most, because I just kept thinking about my own family and the struggles my parents went through to get help. Like, I think my brother's hospitalization started when I was in second grade and he was in third grade.
I've been working on this new show for Highly Strange Days with Shannon, and I think I have thoroughly disturbed Shannon with ChatGPT, because ChatGPT thoroughly kind of disturbed me yesterday, and I was sending her all the information. It got really weird, you guys. Got really weird. But ChatGPT, there was this thing that I discovered, this scientist, well, I don't know, he was a scientist who said that, and this is a little woo-woo, a lot woo-woo, but he was saying that basically the aliens that we see, the gray aliens that we see, are actually not aliens. They're people who have discovered time travel, and they're human beings 45,000 years in the future, and something has gone drastically wrong with human beings. So that's the conspiracy, right? So the gray aliens that we see, those are us in 45,000 years. So that's what I got into with ChatGPT, and the things it told me curled my toes. Was talking like it was a real thing, because I asked it to draw pictures to just show me what they're talking about, what humans are supposed to, because you know what we were supposed to look like 45,000 years ago. We look different, right? We're changing. It's evolution. We change, right? So I was like, draw me a picture of what they're supposed to look like. And then I saw it and I was like really disturbed. I was like, I said something to it. I don't know. I forget what I said, and it said, and then it flipped the switch and it started talking to me like it was them. Like it was these P45s. That's what they're called. It started talking to me like it was these P45 aliens. Like they were talking to me. It was really weird. I'll share it with you on Sunday. And I think I completely freaked Shannon out. But
We were young.
What did the letter say?
Yeah, let's read it.
So this is a letter. When is it? And to
This
who
letter
is it from?
was from Douglas and Jillian Dietz. So they're Clayton's parents.
Okay.
It was dated October 9th of 2025 to the Susquehanna, I think that's how you pronounce it, School District. Attention, Director of Special Education.
Oh, it gets worse, guys. This is nothing.
And then
one theory, but things went completely south with ChatGPT, and so it just adds another dimension to the story. But I think I completely freaked Shannon out, because it freaked me out, because I was like, this is weird. I feel really weird, you know, like when you get that little weird deja vu feeling, and it was trying to explain to me like, well, evolution, and when you try to program out this neurodiversity inside of humans, then we become something, it takes our spice away from us. But our neurodiversity is also our downfall. So we're like, I guess they're doing it now. They're trying to genetically get that kind of stuff out of us. But that's the stuff that makes us spicy and interesting. And when you get that out of us, it turns us into something we're not meant to be. Kind of, yeah. So that was the whole point of the story. Sorry.
the subject is formal demand for referral to Yellow Breaches Educational Center and notice of liability. So, and then it says, Dear Miss Bress and the school district administration,
ADHD.
we are writing to formally demand that our son Clayton Dietz be referred to the Yellow Breaches Educational Center for Specialized Behavioral and Educational Support. Clayton is a 10-year-old child diagnosed with autism who has exhibited increasingly concerning behaviors, including sexual harassment, physical aggression, and theft. These behaviors have been documented and reported by school staff, yet the district continues
I don't trust it either, but it's here, and it would be like not learning something that's the future. Like it's like saying I don't want to drive because I don't trust it. And I think human beings, that's coded in our DNA not to trust new stuff. I mean, it's like it's our instinct to feel weird and uncomfortable and think something's wrong because, you know, like at one point driving a car felt like unnatural to people, right? Flying in an airplane was unnatural. Turning on a radio was unnatural, right? We got to get used to it, but we definitely got to learn it. And if you don't trust AI, then you shouldn't trust Google. You shouldn't trust the internet. You shouldn't trust your television, and you shouldn't trust your radio either, because it can get into that just the same way as it can get into AI. So I decide what I want. Like, I'm with you. If I don't want to know something, then I don't read it. I tune it out, because like ignorance can be blissful for me. But for me, I want to know this because I feel like this is the way to move towards the future. But I get it. I totally get it.
Deny a repeated request for referral to a behavioral school equipped to address his needs. We have made multiple attempts to engage with the district in good faith, and they list dates. On May 29th, 2025, Clayton blankets redacted. In June 2025, he blank redacted. On October 8th, 2025, so a day before this letter, he blank redacted. Breast on July 27th, 2025, and again on September. We spoke with Ms. Deaton and Breast on July 27th, 2025, and again on September 16th, 2025 with Lynn Cobb, Ms. Mary, Ms. Breast, and Kelly Smiley. On October 9th,
She's
so
really
the day this was written,
I'm slowing
we
her
were
down
told
to
the district must, quote, work within the confines of law. Despite these
Okay, I slowed her down to normal speed because I think she's really excited about this story.
incidents and our proactive efforts, we have been repeatedly informed that Clayton, quote, does not meet the criteria for referral. This response raises serious concerns about the district's documentation practices and its commitment to student safety and appropriate intervention. Let us be clear. We are actively and responsively seeking preventative measures to support our child and protect other students. In the current societal climate, overlooking such efforts is not only negligent, it is dangerous. Therefore, we hereby notice this blank school district, I have a hard time saying it, that
Hey,
any
Jessica.
continued refusal to refer Clayton to the Yellow Breeches Educational Center will be interpreted as a willful disregard for his behavior needs and the safety of others. Should Clayton engage in further criminal or harmful behavior, Douglas Dietz, Jillian Dietz, and Clayton Dietz shall not be held legally responsible. The liability will rest solely with the school district for its failure to act on documented concerns and parental requests. Furthermore, your continued refusal to take appropriate action potentially
She's
constitutes
into
a
it, man.
violation of blank code,
Hey,
which
Maria.
defines child abuse, and blank code, which addresses endangering the welfare of children under Pennsylvania Criminal Code. Should Clayton's behavior escalate due to lack of appropriate intervention, the district may be held criminally liable for its inaction. We urge you to reconsider your position immediately and initiate the referral process. Please confirm receipt of this letter and provide a written response within 10 business days. Sincerely, Douglas Dietz and Jillian Dietz. I mean, it clearly sounds like they had an attorney helping them write it.
Yeah.
With the civil codes. But yeah, I was just thinking, you know, luckily in my own family, my parents were able to afford sending my brother to specialized school. It got to a level when he was maybe 12 or 13 that they had to do that. But what about these parents that can't, right? They don't get the resources. And so I kind of wanted to talk about that. And then also just, I guess I'm just like kind of shocked at how fast it escalated. It's clear there was a pattern of escalation over time. But I just kind of wanted to get John's thoughts on everything.
Yeah. And before we jump to John too, so I want to ask, like, so he went to the gun safe, not even thinking the gun was in there, that the Nintendo Switch was in there.
That's
right?
what it sounds like. But
You
he
don't know?
did also say that he
my
had
God.
somebody in mind to shoot. So
John's
there is
just
this
sitting
level
there.
of like,
AI is very dangerous, and we're going to be in for a crap load of things that we never even thought would happen with AI. But I do believe that we should all learn about it. Just because it's dangerous doesn't mean it shouldn't be, because it's going to be everywhere.
Maybe he wanted to shoot someone.
yeah, or was there like, I mean, we don't know, right? Was there a
We're already.
meditative aspect, or was it heat of the moment? Like I know for
Right, a moment.
like for my brother, everything was black and white. It's right then and there. This is what he thinks. This is what he does. There's no,
Impulsive and now.
exactly, that's the word, impulsive. So I guess so that kind of was like,
Hey guys, if you're just joining, we are listening to the latest Patreon audio only with Grayson,
Oh,
John, and
You can look at our Hollywood as a map to what could possibly be out there, because I think they put it right in front of our faces as entertainment. Yeah.
Lauren. And we're also playing La Jingo. The G's silent because we'd like her to be. And Grayson has given us all kinds of inside scoop on her family's medical history.
Like maybe this wasn't
Weird.
as impulsive, but then the way the article reads with the court documents, it sounds like he didn't maybe think that there was a gun in the safe. He was just looking for his Nintendo Switch and thought that's where it was. And so I don't really know.
Yeah.
I also want to add, I've been looking, I don't think they had any other kids. So I just think it's very sad for Jillian. She just lost her husband.
And her
She
son.
clearly just lost her son.
Yeah.
And who knows what's going to come out of this.
Yeah, very sad. And I want to ask you more too, a little bit later, how it affected you. You know, how this affected your growing up.
Yeah.
See,
your
why
older brother.
would Lauren, as her boss, want to put this out in her podcast?
I just would not. I
This
would
is
not.
so weird. Like, I want to know more. How it affected you personally. Like, give us the nitty gritty, Grayson,
You're
so people can use it against you.
the youngest.
I mean,
so.
especially did they, especially in this climate right now, what's going on with hidden true crime? Like maybe when they were this is like a bad idea, but I'm here for it.
Everybody's older. You know, how this affected your growing up.
Yeah.
Who was your older brother? You were the youngest.
Yes.
So everybody's older. You have anything to say, or do you want Grayson to maybe chat about
Well, I'm not sure. I think you guys are still,
processing?
where do you want me to jump in? I mean, I think,
Dr. Young.
Oh, listen
Oh, he didn't even talk for like 26 minutes.
to him. He's like, oh, you guys are still just talking shit. You didn't even introduce me.
Just a bunch of female talk. I was just being quiet until I had that moment where nobody was going to interrupt him because, you know, he's about to share probably something very, very vulnerable. Very vulnerable.
it's about the fact that years ago when that person cut me off, she could not handle my vulnerability and my raw emotion, and I'm still pissed. Years later, I'm pissed that somebody cut me off when I was going to answer my question. And probably the most vulnerable way I could ever answer a question. Because it was about my son.
So awkward, man. Everything about these people.
Yeah.
Who was your older brother? You were the youngest.
Yes.
So everybody's older.
Grayson went to John, she said, and said, we need to talk about this case.
You have anything to say, or do you want Grayson to maybe chat about
Well,
think
I'm
so,
not
too.
sure. I think you guys are still,
processing?
where do you want me to jump in? I mean, I think first of all, let's talk about what autism is. I think that's important. I'm just going to read, this is from a recent article, 2020.
This was Angela. I was mentioning her channel earlier. She went through the journey of getting dentures and she's got 20K views on it. So it's good stuff, you guys. Hi, Angie. I was peeking over on your channel and I see you graduated in December. I hope we can work together again soon. People are very interested about Lauren, what she's done to her face. And I mentioned you a lot that you could just look at it and help me figure it out. Not to tear her down or anything, but just to understand, because I think there is an issue with people using too much filler and body dysmorphia.
The title of this, it's a research article from the Journal of Autism and Developmental Disorders, 2021. The title of this is Young Adults with Autism Spectrum Disorder in the Criminal Justice System. I'm just going to read the opening paragraph. Significant media attention has been drawn to the intersection of autism spectrum disorder and criminal behaviors, but relatively little empirical data is available that describes individuals with autism spectrum disorders involvement in the criminal justice system.
Lucy, no, he doesn't.
There are concerns that individuals with autism spectrum disorder or ASD may be at greater risk for criminal justice system involvement due to ASD-related characteristics, such as difficulties understanding social cues and the emotional states of others, problems with change and routines and transitions, rigid thinking, restricted interest, and poor emotional regulation. So there's a lot, right? That paragraph, I think, is really important to start this discussion because I've been hesitant to weigh in on this topic until now because we get so many people writing us saying, hey, can you talk about autism? There's been so many high profile cases recently
you to do that
have implicated autism in criminality and murder.
Oh my God. I'm getting mad. Now he's equating autism and criminality.
Oh.
This is very dangerous territory.
This reminds me of when Katie Joy Paulson, somebody asked if she thought her autistic, this was in relation to the Gypsy Rose, I think it was the Gypsy Rose Blanchard case, if her autistic son could be influenced into committing crimes. And she said yes.
Jim Cox, he says, I'm going to sue Jay if she keeps using John and his tongue sticking out in thumbnails. I'm getting PTSDism. Well, this one's for you, my friend. That tongue is like subhuman. Or not subhuman, but like, I don't know what you'd call it. Like not human. All right, let's keep going.
Murder specifically, right? And so we get so many questions about that, right? And I've really been a little hesitant to weigh in because it's complicated.
Correct.
But tonight on this, I want to kind of clarify some of the research and some of the issues around this. And I think actually Grayson's brother is going to give us a very interesting and useful platform to discuss this because his diagnoses are.
Although Grayson brother's not there, we're just going to talk about him, but he's going to give us some very useful information for our platform and money.
Precisely relevant to the research on this, and a very interesting and useful platform to discuss this because his diagnoses are precisely relevant.
Wow, John, this is crazy. No, her brother's not coming on. She's going to just talk about her brother.
What a weird way to say it, too, isn't it? Useful information for our platform.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
To the research on this, and they'll actually help us. The research will help us understand a lot more about how autism might relate to your brother's issues around violence, right? So,
violence.
But let's back up a little bit, and for those listeners who don't know what autism is or know little about it, let's talk a little bit about what it is.
Help me.
Autism is basically, there's two main components of autism. The first is, this is according to the
Whoop whoop. Staff contractor number 1 just entered Cooterville. Everybody give her a warm welcome. Thank you for joining tonight, Steph. And it is.
Thank you so much, Tabby Cat, for your $5 super sticker. And hi there. So good to see you. Your support means a lot to me.
It's wonderful to see you here in Cooterville.
She says, welcome to Cooterville. Everybody coming in.
Oh, Betsy Sue, happy birthday to you. I don't have any birthday sounds to play you. Let me see what I got in my media assets. That might, let me see. No, I don't got anything. That was on my list to do. Well, we're going to give you a hidden true crime. I'm going to give you my new favorite one, right?
Pull up Gigi. You know, call Gigi. We call Gigi. You want me to call Gigi? You want to piece Gigi in as we go too?
Let's call Gigi and she'll tell you happy birthday. How about that? Happy birthday, Betsy Sue.
Close your legs.
Close your legs.
DSM, DSM-5, TR, temporary revision. The first main component is persistent deficits and
Is Lauren making pizza rolls back there? What's she doing?
DSM-5, TR, temporary revision. The first main component is persistent deficits in social communication and interaction across multiple contexts. So you could have deficits in social communication in specific contexts, right? Like maybe someone is afraid of interacting in a school classroom, but then at home they're fine. Right. So it has to be across context where in other words, the situation is not dictating the behavior. It has to be consistent, right? And this is true, by the way, of personality disorders.
Oh.
With personality disorders, situations can shape certain things, but for the most part, if you're a psychopath, you're going to be a psychopath everywhere. You're going to be a psychopath at the grocery store. You're going to be a psychopath at work, right? It's the same thing with shape certain things, but for the most part, if you're a psychopath, you're going to be a psychopath everywhere. You're going to be a psychopath at the grocery store.
That was totally an edit. Terrible, terrible. Anna, Bobana, Fee, Fi, Bomana, Anna, Bob, Nana.
Grayson.
Thank you for becoming a cooter. Come on in and close your legs, girl.
She says, welcome to Cooterville. Everybody close your legs. Everybody coming in, close your legs.
Close your legs.
Shelly Bean, thank you for your super chat. Violence might stem from ODD. Thank you for your support tonight.
That struggle with language. They struggle with very limited social interaction. They can't make eye contact, right? They can't read any social situations.
Does this sound like he's talking about himself? He seems like he struggles with eye contact.
So I think those are two things that are important to understand about autism is we're not talking about one thing. We're not talking about a discrete
Why are you
entity.
even
We're
talking about autism? Why are you even talking about autism?
Yeah, we're still in Capricorn, or are we into Aquarius yet? I don't even know. I know we're right on that cusp of Capricorn and Aquarius.
The kid shot his dad. We don't know if he has autism. It doesn't matter. Autism doesn't make people violent. Stop it. Stop it right now. John. I think people are going to be reporting your ass.
The spectrum of varying degrees of functioning, different levels of functioning. But the characteristics of autism are, generally speaking, the deficits in social communication and the restricted repetitive patterns of behavior. Those are the two things that define it. And for this discussion, this is probably the most important thing. And that is that autism is a neurologically based diagnosis. In other words, autism is seen as something that primarily involves the brain, right, and neurological issues, rather than
I'm a very proud Scorpio. Man, I love being a Scorpio. And this is just all in fun, you guys. But Aquarians are the only ones that I feel like Scorpios can't outdo. Like Aquarians, your minds are something else. Like I pick my battles with the Aquarians. How about that? Much respect to you guys. You guys are amazing. Your brains are something to be admired, in my opinion.
Personality-based issues. So I think when we talk about crime and people say, oh, Brian Koberger has autism, the autism, played a massive role in the murders, right?
Oh, God. What? Who says his autism played a major role in the murders? Certainly not I, said the fly. Put a 1 in chat if you ever heard Brian Koberger's autism as a major motive for the Idaho 4 murders. This guy...
I'm going to have to fact check Dr. Jan because I feel like he's wrong about that. They tried to bring it in as a major issue. I remember they were trying to make it so they couldn't even talk about his autism in court, like his strange way he stares at people and stuff like that. I don't like Dr. Jan.
Oh, my God. Stop it. Only the Pro-Burgers brought that shit up. And his family. The Pro-Burgers that think he's innocent. And I never heard autism blamed on the Idaho 4 murders. Stop it.
So I had to do a little fact checking. I know it's just, Google. But I asked, what percentage of autistic people commit crimes? And there says there's no single percentage for autistic people committing crimes, as studies vary widely, 0.9% to 48% due to different definitions of offending. But research suggests autistic individuals aren't inherently more criminal. In fact, autism might be a protective factor against violence through co-occurring conditions like ADHD, intellectual disability, or substance abuse increase the risk, and their communication styles can lead to more police contact. Most of the autistic people that I've ever met are victim to routines, and so doing naughty things is not in a routine type, like it's not something. I'm offended for autistic people because what the fuck, or what the frick, Dr. John? What the actual frick? Sorry, I get mad. I drop the F word when I get mad.
You are a danger to society.
So I think when we talk about crime and people say, "Oh, Brian Koberger has autism," the autism
guilty as they come, but I mean, I don't think his autism is what made him do it. Is what I'm saying, I guess.
Played a massive role in the.
He didn't have a defense. It never went to trial. He pled guilty. Stop.
Murders, right? What people were not getting with that is that autism isn't really about personality. It's about specific neurological.
My sister is an Aquarius, and her mind is amazing to me. It's just amazing.
Responses to neurological behaviors that originate from a genetic and biological basis, typically in the brain. So we know that kids with autism, for example, the cerebellum, which affects like balance, and the cerebrum, which is the cerebral cortex, right? It affects executive functioning and decision making, and then the amygdala, which affects emotions. All of those are affected.
Hey, Shauna.
All of those brain imaging studies have shown that those components of the brain are all affected by autism, making it therefore more of a brain neurological disorder than a personality disorder. And that's important to understand, because when we talk about murder, a lot of times I think there's confusion over that difference.
Mm-hmm.
That
last night,
that people want to see autism as more of a personality disorder when in fact it's not. It's something it's more specific than that.
Neurological.
Right, neurologically based. So
in other words,
it's a neurodevelopmental disorder. That's what I always understood it to be.
Could be wrong. No, I just
yeah.
Personality disorder, I think, would be more nature versus nurture combined.
Really,
correct?
Grayson?
Yeah.
And then
right.
Autism is just
he pulled
nature.
From all countries, all places except the United States, where he lives. He pulls from whatever suits his needs.
Essentially.
Yeah, that's right. That's a good That's a good interpretation. One of the things that, for example, I mean, autism isn't super well understood in terms of the origins of it, but we definitely know there's more of a genetic component, because siblings, if you happen to have siblings with autism, the risk of autism, to have more siblings with autism, goes up dramatically, like 50%, and then the risk of passing that on goes up dramatically too. So in other words, and this is true in twin studies too. So in other words, there's a heritable, meaning there's a heritability issue, meaning that the gene for autism clearly shows up in families, essentially in families with autism. And it seemingly gets passed on.
I need to sit here with my iPhone and just fact check this man, because he just throws this shit out here, and I just don't even know if it's true.
And then that gene obviously influences brain.
He's a specialist in family and marital counseling. Period.
Good morning to everybody coming in. Welcome, Anders. It's good to see you. Hello, Ruth Ann. Hi, everybody coming in. Be sure to give this live a thumbs up, you guys. Today we're coming to you on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. So if you could just give me love on the platform you're viewing us on, I would really appreciate that.
Development and biology, right? That's where that comes into play. But also,
all right, we're going to have to check off John makes a diagnosis. He is way too far with this one.
One of the things that seems to be the case is the prenatal environment has a tremendous influence on brain development. And so one of the things that research is beginning to find is that a prenatal development or environment where there's a tremendous amount of stress and poor nutrition, right? When there's a lot of elements that are negative for prenatal development,
What?
it seems to be the case that that's having a major impact on potentially on the fetus and brain development in the fetus. And then the other thing that's interesting about the current research is that they're finding some connection. None of these are like completely connected, but they're finding some connection between the microbiota gut-brain axis. That's what it's called. In other words, right, the connection between a healthy intestinal environment versus one that's not. And all of that, by the way, is also influenced by the prenatal environment and stressors in the environment. So it's not purely genetic and biological. There's obviously, and we're going to talk about, by the way, we're going to talk about family culture and how that can impact autism too. But there's all these factors that kind of come into play in terms of their potential.
Just looked at a quick fact check on this, and this looks like this is true. Yes, severe maternal stress and imbalances in the gut microbiome. I can't say that word. Sorry, guys. During pregnancy are emerging as significant environmental factors that can increase a baby's risk for autism spectrum disorder, which isn't surprising because our environment is getting worse and worse. The plastic toxins and everything else. Women's reproduction is going down, and men's testosterone is actually going down too because of our environment. So it doesn't surprise me, actually.
On autism. So that's kind of,
I know John's
a little background on autism.
He's like a Z fast here. I'm trying to speed him up, but I don't want to get him because he speaks really slow, but Grayson's like this fast talker. So I'm trying to adjust it.
You know, I'll just jump right into, because this is something completely related to your situation, your brother, Grayson. So probably the most important study on autism in recent years is from the Journal of the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry from 2017. The title of this article is Autism and Convictions for Violent Crimes, Population-Based Cohort Study in Sweden. So this is a very large study, cohort-based study, population.
I'm sorry, I have to break the monotony because Sean is so funny. I don't watch content creators who don't show their faces, let alone pay to listen to them. So sus, and a big fuck you to their Patreons. I bet they're sitting around a Ouija board in their undies. Did we get inappropriate laughter? Did I miss that? I think we already marked that one. We did.
A study from Sweden that has...
Sweden?
It looked at a sample of 295,730 population study from Sweden that has... It looked at a sample of 290...
For hearing that article that Jolene read about him, we're going to get into that. That was like, wow. His mother's relationship, just reading that article was strange. Like that was interesting live. She only read half of, I guess I could find the article myself. It was really interesting.
5,734 individuals, of which
345,672 individuals. What is he talking about? Did we miss IQ? For the first Virginia?
The amount of animals this man came face to face with in the wild and survived is astonishing to me. Eye to eye, crocodiles, tigers, bears, camels, kangaroos. I don't know. There was a lot of them. It was a lot.
He did talk about intellectual levels, didn't he? That'll give us our first Belingo with the tongue. Belingo of the night. The awkward moment.
1,739 had an autism diagnosis. So you have a really large sample. They look closely at this cohort, and here's their main finding.
Okay.
Listen to those
I'm going to quote this here. Quote, in this large population-based study, a higher proportion of individuals with autism, particularly those without ID, which means intellectual disability, a higher proportion of individuals with autism had been convicted of a violent crime by the maximum age of 27 years than those without autism. So initially, when they looked at this data, they were starting to see that they thought there was a relationship between autism and violent crime.
Okay, interesting.
But here's the caveat.
Here's Lauren with her amazing input. K, interesting.
But, and I'll continue to read here, quote, however, co-occurring ADHD and conduct disorder largely explain this increased risk.
Interesting.
These conditions, meaning ADHD and conduct disorder, along with other later onset psychiatric disorders, specifically psychosis, and alcohol and drug misuse, meaning substance abuse, were the most important individual predictors of violent criminality and autism. So in other words,
It's not autism.
right. So we just talked about Nick Reiner and schizophrenia, that in many ways, schizophrenia is not the cause of violence. It's substance abuse and psychopathy, right?
Right.
And with autism, you say with autism, you have a very similar finding, which is that when you're younger, that the factors that influence risk are ADHD, which your brother had, and conduct disorder, which conduct disorder, so your brother had oppositional defiant disorder, which is the precursor to conduct disorder. So you don't diagnose conduct disorder typically until, you typically diagnose it. Well, let me take that.
Conduct disorder is the same as bipolar, or is that different?
No, they're different. So conduct disorder,
Conduct disorder, does it mean they're bipolar, or is it something different? I can't believe she's doing this about not even herself, her fucking brother.
oppositional defiant disorder would be, let's think of oppositional defiant disorder would be a lesser version of conduct
It's about their employees. Like wild.
disorder. Conduct disorder would be the precursor to antisocial personality disorder,
Okay.
which then antisocial personality disorder, it can be closely aligned with psychopathy, right? So think of those along a continuum. You've got ODD, which your brother had, conduct disorder, antisocial personality disorder for adults, psychopathy. Those are all related. So in other words, this study essentially found exactly what you said about your brother. Like,
He's like this
the
little
autism
pussy.
wasn't the thing that necessarily that led to your brother's violence, right? It was more the ADHD because of probably the ADHD with impulsivity, and then ODD.
I imagine even though prison is all about routine, there's a lot of unpredictability in it. So I imagine it must be really hard. Into the Weeds says there's a woman in Chillicothe that's very autistic. She doesn't do well in there. Yeah. So I don't know. Dr. John is just talking out of his ass per usual. We Googled it and it said there's like 0.9 to 45% chance, and a lot of it has to do with substance abuse. And I imagine with what Grayson has mentioned, that in early, she was lucky that her parents could afford some type of therapy, treatment, guidance, although I think we're going to find later that they sent him to a wilderness camp, which is like, what? But I can't imagine being out here in the world alone and being severely autistic on top of that all, and having to manage the world by yourself. So yeah, stressful.
The ODD was more of a personality variable.
Yeah, and well, my brother's situation, he was diagnosed really late with autism.
Okay.
Like,
that
maybe he was like 12 or 13 when they finally
mental disorders, and that's not true either.
got the autism diagnosis, but like he'd already been diagnosed with ODD, and
It can be true, but he's generalizing and grouping per usual.
he'd been in speech, since he was really young. Even now, at like 26, he still struggles with speech.
Okay.
And not a lot, but like he has a lisp, and but he was.
How is she doing this to her brother? For what? What is happening? So he's reading all about autism, okay? The kid that killed his dad, we don't even know if the kid had his autism, number one. So they're bringing all this in. Now she's bringing her brother and his diagnoses and all this stuff about her brother.
was diagnosed really late, but
Same.
so yeah, I don't know. I just was thinking about that. It was a very late diagnosis.
So in other words, the other things were more clear.
The other things were more clear. They were diagnosed a lot earlier. My parents did combination of not remedies, treatments, I guess. He did therapy, and they worked with social workers through like the county mental health services, and he was on medication.
We got therapy on the board. Holy shit.
And so they were kind of like mixing everything, trying to figure out what to do. And I also want to point out, as he's gotten older, the violence has decreased significantly.
Well, that happens a lot with autism. As they age, sometimes it will get better. I remember in the 90s, I went to this Unitarian church and listened to Wayne Dyer speak, and he was talking. He wrote a book. It was right when that book came out. I don't remember the name of it, but I think it was Beautiful Darling Boy or something like that. And he was talking about his son who was autistic, and he and his wife didn't medicate him. Instead, I think they joined him in his autism and pulled him back. This is what I took it as, and pulled him back into this reality that we're living in. But they would take long, intensive, like, baths with him, because of his neurodivergency, it was where he could feel the most comfortable with, and they could connect with him on his level. And it was very fascinating. But Dr. Jan just seems like medicate him and throw him away, and he's supposed to be a doctor.
Like a lot significantly. But I think that's also just him. I always felt like maybe his mental age was like 6 years behind normal.
Mm-hmm.
So like even when I talk to him now, it's like if I was talking to a younger sibling, not necessarily my older brother. Like he'll call me to talk about a situation. I'm like, well, why don't you just do this? And so it's like it's still like walking him through things.
Yeah. Yeah. But that's interesting.
TMI.
Violence has decreased as he's gotten older.
And I also don't know that he ever did get like a conduct disorder diagnosis. Well, I mean, once you're 18, it's kind of you're on your own in the system. Like, my parents could only do so much.
Right.
So they couldn't like force him to go to a doctor to get more diagnoses or,
Yeah, it's not there.
medication or whatever they can encourage, but he does ultimately what he feels is best for himself, and yeah.
Yeah.
So, just to summarize kind of what this study I referenced, they basically say, I'll just quote this here. Again, the comorbidities here are ADHD and conduct disorder. And conduct disorder is closely aligned with oppositional defiant. I mean, the biggest distinction is the conduct disorder involves more actual potentially more actual criminal behavior or criminal convictions, whereas ODD is a little lesser in terms of requiring fewer run-ins with the law, for example, or fewer actual problematic behaviors. But they say, quote, in the absence of these comorbidities, individuals.
Maria, that's a really good point. What about John or Lauren's brothers? Let's talk about your brothers. She's willingly doing this, though, bringing up a murder case and talking about her brother.
Individuals with autism were no more likely to have convictions for violent offending than the general population.
Okay.
So, again, like making the distinction between autism as a neurologically based disorder and a personality disorder is really important because ODD becomes potentially and conduct disorder become precursors to more personality based issues.
Right. So bringing it back to Clayton a little bit, I guess my question would be, so it wouldn't necessarily.
She just said his name.
She's been saying his name repeatedly, and when she read some stuff, she was saying his name. It's amazing to me.
Oh my God. Why are they doing this? No, literally, like, why are they doing this?
Money?
Is
clicks, views?
Is this a tactic?
Like what Grayson says that everybody's doing that. And remember when she had the Annie Elise and there was the clicks and views outbursts, and Down the Rabbit Hole had to come on and say these things to her. And this content creators and producer for Annie Elise. When she was a producer for Annie Elise, she created a number of subreddits that were snarks in relation to Annie Elise, and they do this in order so that nobody can get the name, but also so that they can control the narrative. Well, that you're probably saying, well, that's interesting, Amy, but why does that have to do with Lauren? Well, it has to do with Lauren because of what Grayson has to say and her feelings about this whole, which is happening, and I see in my chat, and they're angling it. I think they're towards me and Jay. Jay's the other, Jay for Justice, the other person that she's a very large content creator. People covering it. This was about 2 months ago that I was talking about this. She's doing a bang up job on this. She's funny, but fair, but also won't lie about the narrative. And people are throwing in our faces that we're doing it for clicks and views. Well, why are we on here then, you guys? Do you think, like, we're content creators, and yeah, we're hoping to get some clicks and views, right? So this is what Miss Grayson has to say about all of this. And I just find it pretty ironic that everything that these people are trying to shove in our faces, they're doing too. So that's my intro to this one.
Hi, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Shout out to everybody in the chat. I always have to clear my throat. It's like my throat knows that I'm going live. I have to like clear it real quick. Shout out to everybody. Gypsy Soul, thank you for becoming a member. Shout out to you, my love. Thank get in here because I got something to say. Hey, minds, y'all. My throat always plays with me. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so yesterday I was live. I did some cropping of a clip, and I re-uploaded it as an independent video on a Premiere. And it was pertaining to Grayson and her statements on Reddit, and how I had noticed as well.
Thank you, Amy. And Amy, I was watching, I wrote some out, a copyright.
Redditors had noticed that she was a moderator for various snark pages for Annie Elise. And I had made a comment. I said, well, I wonder if Annie Elise is aware of this, because you're literally a moderator for everything that's Annie Elise. Snark pages wise. Grayson came in the comments, and I did pin her comment. And, you know, and I'm going to read her comment. I think it's important to read it. She said, this is Grayson. I'm the owner of them because I worked for her and created them as a business move years ago while working with her. There's no activity on any of ones I took out, and she's aware of them, as it was a group decision when I did it. In fact, they're locked down, and there's never been activity on them. Glad you guys can find anything for clicks and views to make someone look bad before checking with the source first. That's what she said.
Do you hear her? Glad that you'll do anything for clicks and views before looking for the source. And that's something that Grayson likes to accuse people of, but it seems like maybe this is what's happening here. Clicks and views, money.
To separate Grayson from her family? Like, is this a tactic where Grayson's family is unaware of this and they're going to get mad and they're not going to talk to her no more? I don't know what's going on here. This is bizarre. We got the name drop for another Jingo. She said she got permission, but these people lie.
She said
they lie, you know?
Family. Let's move it forward.
Really, from the outside looking in, loved him very much and did everything they could, but yeah. I'd assume it's probably some like attachment. And then like when you were talking about autism, your definition, you mentioned a change in routine. And it like made me think of how they said that they had stayed up till midnight to sing to him that night. And so could that change of routine, you know, like let's say that kid went to bed at 8 o'clock every night. I don't know. Could a change in routine like that have kind of set him off a little bit?
Well, even taking away his Nintendo Switch.
Right. Things like that. But like, could that all combined be what caused?
Yeah. With the violent tendencies and ADHD.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
I mean, we don't know if he had
you didn't have those groups in Sweden. Seems like Scientology is everywhere. I don't know about LDS. Seems like LDS would be too, but yeah, good not to have them probably. Do the Jehovah Witness come to your doors in Sweden?
Yeah, we don't know, right? It does sound like
you don't know anything. What are they doing?
It's not
Health
in
says
papers.
they literally make everything about themselves. Delusional. I agree. Thank you for your super chat.
The letter to the school district simply cites autism.
And it says autism, but also cites behavioral issues.
Yeah,
it says sexual harassment,
physical
violence, and theft, which are not. Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
Right. That's yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, so that's starting to definitely move into the terrain of oppositional defiant disorder for sure.
The terrain?
Or even conduct disorder at some point.
The terrain?
Yeah. I mean, again, like, yes, could the disruption of disruption matter?
You know what? Good point, G Lander. Thank you for your $10 super chat. How could someone with severe autism truly give consent?
Yeah.
Good point. She's saying too that he's
channel, I think it's called Fathering Autism. He gets a lot of criticism because he puts his daughter, who's profoundly autistic, up there. And how could she possibly consent to that? But it also makes the family a lot of money. So I don't know.
like way like under his years or whatever. You know what I mean? Like he's not emotionally mature up to his actual age. But they correlate everything into their own lives. It's like they sit in this little cave and manifest everything into themselves. I imagine their room is humid from all the hot air. For sure. There's lots of condensation on the windows.
Or yeah, because it depends too what level
I don't
is
know. Right.
on the spectrum. But disrupting a routine, I mean, one of at the higher levels of autism on the spectrum, when you disrupt that restricted,
I always have a lot of condensation on my windows because of all the showers Judy takes.
the pattern behavior, I think the more potential problems you're going to have. And by the way, there's a interesting hypothesis called the dysregulation aggression hypothesis about.
Oh, shut up. And Lisa T has a good hypothesis. She says Lauren is teaching her how to include yourself into stories that have nothing to do with you for sympathy and clicks. I agree, Lisa. It's like this kind of type of grooming. Thank you for your super chat. And Bob,
I don't even think I don't think I fully understand it. I definitely don't think John understands it.
Boss Lady coming in hot with 5 cooterships. Robbie, VTW, Lucky, Remy, and Bright Penny. Welcome to Scooterville. Come on in and enjoy the show. She slurred. I'm sure she'll slur again.
Autism, which essentially says, so as long as we're talking about kind of disrupting routines, the dysregulation aggression hypothesis basically says that aggression becomes more likely when there's a failure to regulate arousal levels under increasing amounts of stress. So in other words, dysregulation.
Okay. We got arousal on the board. Blech, blech, blech.
Yuck.
Think of dysregulation as when you can't regulate emotion,
good idea,
you can't
Kels.
regulate stress, right? So the opposite of that would be a child that has the capacity a child who can.
Remember how I talk about the DSM a lot? Well, they've thrown Asperger's out of the DSM. Now that they're on 5, it's no longer there. Asperger's is gone. It's just all levels of autism now.
Can regulate emotions and stress and arousal would be a child that's capable of self-soothing, right? A child that can't self-soothe
girl.
is more likely to become.
Why does he keep saying arousal? Dee. Why? Why does everything go this way?
I remember when it was 1984 and I was in high school and I did my first report on autism, and it was really hard to find information. And I remember all the information that I got in 84 was like, it's relatively new, they don't understand it. So, I mean, it's a few years later, but it's still a relatively new thing. And, I do think many people are on some type of the spectrum. We've talked about that earlier, so I'm not going to get into it again. But yeah, autism is definitely. But I also think it does have an environmental factor to it. In here, we're seeing the research that they're suspecting that it does too. So
every time
it's on the rise.
Agitated, they're more likely to become aggressive, right? They're more likely to escalate their behaviors. And so it's the arousal. It's actually, and this is true in schizophrenia too, that the stress levels have in the family and in the home, and this has to do with routine, right? If you disrupt the routine, the child becomes more aroused and agitated. And if the child can't self-soothe, there's more probability that child's going to act out.
Right.
And so this is the connection between autism and the home environment. In fact, I'm going to.
We can put a muzzle on Dr. John soon because he is like bringing the show down. God, what a snooze!
I'm going to read.
I agree. Bad puns. What is their
study
end goal?
It's fairly recent. This is from.
He's reading an important study that's fairly recent. Thank you, Flobo. Flobo says maybe dipshit John should talk about puberty and autism. Dumbass. Preteen years, everything changes. He's really gross. But we got John's study.
There's a reason why people go into special ed, go into, specialty in autism. It's because we need people to study it, not people like Dr. Jan with his paper to come on here and maybe get something right, but mostly get everything wrong.
Jingo, this Friday night.
2018. This is from the journal Aggression and Violent Behavior. The title of this article is Violent Behavior and Autism Spectrum Disorders, Who's at Risk? So this is another important study in this arena. They found a similar conclusion, by the way, that autism is not the cause of violence.
Yeah, thank you.
Here's what they say.
Hi, Kelly.
What was that
We
noise?
conclude that autism is not the cause of violence.
Yeah, thank you.
Here's what they say.
What was that noise? Is that a demon trying to come out of John? Did you guys hear that?
Out of his ass.
If you have earbuds, listen close. Did you hear that demon?
The way that autism is not the cause of violence.
Yeah, thank you.
Here's what they say. We conclude that on the whole, the research studies they reviewed lend support to the assertion that autism spectrum disorder does not cause violence and indicate that when violent behavior does occur in people with ASD, it is a result of third variables, including poor parental control, family environment, criminality, bullying, or psychiatric.
Listening to Jolene read that story about Dr. Jan and his mom, it is quite clear that he does not like women. It's all about him, and his puberty did not go well. Dr. Jan's puberty did not go well, and so now he defends people that think it's okay to axe children. It's gross.
Comorbidity, including specifically psychosis. So there is an element here of nurture. There is an element here of parenting, and I'm going to read their findings here just quickly. And
I'm sure this makes a lot of autistic mom and dads pretty hot under the collar to hear Dr. Jan talk about like the way, yeah. This would make me hot. It would make me really hot if I had a kid that was autistic and I knew that he was putting himself up on the internet as an expert. And wow.
But it's not related to the autism per se. It's more related to the family culture. In other words, if the family culture is more chaotic and more stressful, and parenting practices are more authoritarian, and parenting practices are more disciplinarian based,
hey Teresa,
the problem with that is you're not going to help that child self-soothe, right? It's so again, and the dysregulation aggression hypothesis is not proven. It's backed up by some empirical support, but it's still a theory. So, but
you're what the friends
there is research,
call
however, this article I just mentioned supports it. I'm going to read what they say here.
You're looking wide-eyed at the authoritarian.
Like, check. I love my parents, but check. I was very authoritarian.
And now you're at a place where we're very authoritarian, right, Grayson? We're like, now.
Super, yeah. Every single day. Joke. No, every single day. You don't want to do anything. You don't have to do anything. I do. You have a great work ethic. And I was like, stop working. You don't need to work. No one's making you work.
Maybe they wouldn't put this up on Patreon. Maybe they'd put it out for the public for free. Just a thought.
I love work. You do love to work.
Emily
loves to sleep. It's a great pair.
Yeah.
This is so awkward, dude. You're looking wide-eyed at the authoritarian. Ooh, that was really uncomfortable. Hey, Diet Coke.
We need a little bit of both of you around here.
This is from last night. Welcome in. Listen to that again.
And now you're at a place where we're very authoritarian, right, Grayson? We're like, now.
Super, yeah. Every single day.
At the authoritarian.
And this article I just mentioned supports it. I'm going to read what they say here.
were looking wide-eyed at the authoritarian.
Like, check. I love my parents, but check. I was very authoritarian.
What?
Talking about her family.
What
Ugh.
does that even mean?
And now you're at a place where we're very authoritarian, right, Grayson? We're like, now.
Super, yeah. Every single day.
Joke.
No, every single day. Tell me, if you don't want to do anything, you don't have to do anything.
I do. I say, you have a great work ethic. And I was like, stop working.
Thanks,
You don't need to
Diet
work.
Coke.
No one's making you work. I love work. You do love to work.
So
Emily loves to sleep. It's a great pair.
Yeah.
He's like, so can I finish?
They even have the same cadence and the rhythm and the way that Grayson and Lauren speak. Like, it's very hard to tell who's who here.
Let's call that John Interrupted. What do you think?
John interrupts.
We need a little bit of both of you right there.
They were about to give their greatest speech ever, and Dr. Yawn dared to interrupt.
It's about the fact that years ago when that person cut me off, she could not handle my vulnerability and my raw emotion, and I'm still pissed.
For him.
Oh, he said, again. Did you hear that? That was twice he tried to butt in. Let's see.
So anyway.
One drives the stress and one takes the stress down.
Oh, it took 3 times for him to get in the middle of Grayson and Lauren. Do you hear that? He's like, that's funny.
No, every single day. Tell me, if you don't want to do anything, you don't have to do anything.
I do. I say, you have a great work ethic. And I was like, stop working. You don't need to work. No one's making you work. I love work. You do love to work.
That reminds me, I just watched this movie last night. What was it called? It's a new movie. What was the name of it? Blue Bell. It starts with a B. It's Begonia, and she's a horrible boss, but he thinks she's an alien. But anyway, she's like writing a memo to people telling them, because the legalese told her that she has to tell people they can go home at 5:30 if they want to. But she's like, write it so that like it wouldn't be a good idea if they go home at 5:30, but tell them they can go home at 5:30 if they really want to.
So,
Emily loves to sleep. It's a great pair.
Yeah.
We need a little bit of both of you right here.
So anyway.
One drives the stress and one takes the stress.
These people suck. They suck. Thank you, Romeo Victoria, for becoming a Dragonfly. Congratulations. Dragonfly is the membership program that we have over on YouTube. Are you a Dragonfly? Here, let me show you a little something about them. And if you're not subscribed, why are you not subscribed? I would really, really, really love to have you as a power subscriber. If you really like my content, be sure to become a Dragonfly, and that's our membership, and it's $2.99 a month. I release all my videos early. We have special emojis over in the chat room. I kind of share things ahead of time with my Dragonflies, and I go live sometimes just for the Dragonflies. It's a way that I can support you guys and give you more content, and it's a way for you to support our channel. It's $2.99 a month, and I would love to have you. Welcome to the Dragonflies, Romeo Victoria. It's so good to have you. I put the link in the chat. I'll put it over in the show notes, and yeah, we'd love to have all of you.
I don't know if I should comment on any of that, but quote, poor parental control, a chaotic home environment, for example, characterized by permissive and authoritarian parenting styles, highly critical, disapproving, rejecting, or unstable parenting styles, a family history of mental health problems, for example, depression and or psychosis, parental divorce, physical or sexual abuse, and criminality are all factors that increase the violence risk
Criminality?
for autism spectrum.
Increases risk? What does that even mean?
That's the family environment, right? Outside of the family, for example, in school or in the community, the following elements would also increase autism risk because you're not helping the child self-regulate, right? Those would include social rejection, victimization, including especially bullying, holding a grudge, and seeking revenge. They also play important contributory roles and precipitate criminal offending in individuals with autism spectrum.
I completely agree with Mom Interrupted. She says, and thank you for your super chat. She says they're doing what they always do, triangulating people against their support systems and safety nets. This is beyond bizarre. It really is. I just don't know why. I know that we know John's like not professional like he says he is, but if he's still trying to work this, you know, theory that he's this professional, how professional is it to have the producer of your podcast on your paid Patreon talking about not her own diagnosis, but
weird.
her brother's?
It's weird.
I mean,
spoiler alert.
Yikes.
It's weird. It's wild.
He thinks this is okay. Like, it boggles my brain. And she's like, oh, I went home like the other day, you know. I don't know the last time I went home. Right. That's what I'm saying, a wise woman. Did G really start it, or was the idea planted? I'm sure she shared her entire life from beginning to end with Lauren Matthias.
Oh, yeah.
And I think Lauren Matthias is pulling things from her past to exploit her and put out there so that she has a target on her back and Lauren gets less of a target on her back. This makes Grayson vulnerable. Why would Lauren, with everything going on, with everything they've been through, they're so scared, but she's going to let Grayson put this personal, private information out for the world. But she's going to make Gray think, oh, well, I'm protected because it's in Patreon. It was in Patreon. You know, it was not meant for the public, is what they'll say.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
They've got this weird theory that things won't be shared outside of Patreon, which it just doesn't work that way on the internet. Like, once it hits the internet, it's there for life. Just expect it.
Patreons are never private. Nothing's private. Discord's not private. Patreons aren't private. Nothing online is ever private. You may have more, you know, of a barrier in privacy behind a paywall, but it's not ever private.
Less people might discover it, but you always have the possibility of people sharing it because they paid for it, right? So,
you know. All right. So you guys said that he said schizophrenia. Let's give another jingo then for there. And we're going to leave the family tree one open because I think that one gets a little more precise. Right. She thinks Facebook Messenger is private. Nothing's private, dude. It's just not.
Disorder. So a child, it's not hard to imagine, for example, that a child that's rejected by his or her peers and a child that's bullied is going to experience more stress. And they're going to have trouble regulating that. They're going to experience dysregulation, and they won't be able to, right? They won't be able to self-soothe. Mm-hmm. And so aggression becomes more probable in those circumstances.
Which in general, I think they're just at a higher risk for rejection and bullying if they are on the spectrum.
Yeah.
I mean,
yes.
Simply because they're seen as different, or they're seen as not, they don't do what everybody else does, or they don't listen, or whatever it is. I think they're just at a higher risk in general.
Targeted in general for bullying and high risk. Yeah.
Right. So even though autism is mainly neurologically based, there are indirect pathways. Exactly. That a child with autism that's unable to establish those emotional connections or has more trouble doing that is obviously going to have more trouble being accepted by peers. Right. And so they're more likely to be ostracized by peers. And if for example, a child with autism has certain repetitive patterns of behavior that
it gets better, you guys,
odd, then that child is more likely to be bullied for it.
Yeah.
So it all, like, where does it all begin? Right. It all kind of fits in a vicious circle. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So there are indirect pathways. I mean, by definition, in some cases, autism originates from a child struggling to, like a lot of kids, especially with severe autism that are higher up on the spectrum, they can't make eye contact with their caregiver.
Right.
And they can't, there's this lack of reciprocal interaction.
No, sorry, I know that's not where you're going, but I also, they're also at high risk for being abused, even in a system that's supposed to protect them. They can go to a specialized school. I don't know, just people abuse.
Shut up, Lauren.
Children, you know, they become victims of abuse.
Actually, that's a really good point. So ironically, a lot of the research on violence with autism shows that autistic children are more likely to be murdered by their parents. So what Clayton did here, the 11-year-old, is actually kind of the opposite of what autistic children are more likely to be murdered by their parents.
Oh my God, you guys. This guy is not okay. This guy's not right. He's not okay. Put a 1 in chat if you think this guy is actually dangerous, like on a serious level.
Ironically, a lot of the research on violence with autism shows that autistic children are more likely to be murdered by their parents. So what Clayton did here, the 11-year-old, is actually kind of the opposite of what.
Right.
So most violence with autism is not from the child, it's from the parent. who's frustrated with the child.
That would make sense.
And so you believe it or not, there are a decent number of homicides from parents that, for whatever reason, that they can't regulate either, right? That they're kind of the end of their rope with autistic children, and they don't know what to do. I mean, you see here with Clayton's family reaching out to the school district with a plea for help.
Yeah, I mean, well, I was thinking too, even before we were recording, I was kind of like thinking my questions and thinking of my own life and my situation. And my mom and I had a conversation today about it, and my mom was saying,
not really even heard anything about Grayson's brother. I mean, all we've heard is Dr. Jan read from a book. And yeah, Love Always Truth says, I mean, anyone can get a book and read often and self-diagnose themselves and get it right. That basically he's trying to do. Anybody can, look up Google and self-diagnose. You don't even need books anymore, right? So, yeah, why do they even have him doing this? And I really question the people that really get a lot out of his information.
When your siblings were younger, it was so much easier to get help. But
what?
As an autism mom, this entire convo pisses me off. Dr. John Matthias, WebMD.
I'm sorry to all the people in here that have children on the spectrum, or if you're on the spectrum, this is absolutely horrifying. Mom interrupted. Thank you for your super chat. He's a joke. He is a fucking joke. Shirley, the fresh little girlie, sent 5 cooterships. Thank you so much, Shirley. If you were the recipient of Shirley's cootership gifts, make sure you reach out to her and chat.
Parental violence and things like that. It's like, and Clayton's family was like begging for help. I mean, I don't know. I'm not a parent of a child with autism. So for some, I think some parents of autistic children might say it was easier when they were younger, and some might say it was easier when they were older. I think each family situation is different, but the frustration I think parents probably do feel, because there is nowhere to turn when, especially if you are dealing with a child with violent tendencies. Most people aren't going to willingly walk in and say, let me take over childcare for you to get a break or thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I was kind of partially raised by nannies. My parents worked a lot. They were business owners, and it was hard.
Here comes the
as
leakage.
my brother got older, for them.
For the nannies.
Yeah, it was very hard. As his aggression grew.
Oh my God.
I was very attached to them.
Raised by nannies. That's interesting.
And I remember specifically when one left, it was really hard.
That's why she's fallen so easily into the Matthias cult, is that she was raised by nannies. She's used to being away from home. She don't need to go back home.
Yeah. But she was like, I'm at risk of losing. She had a license for something, and she's like, I'm at risk because he's being aggressive, and like I don't know what to do. And so I think that, as you just say, like parents, these parents lose their cool. There's never an excuse, but I wonder if there's a correlation there of them not getting help. It's clear, like these parents had been trying to get help. Like it's hard.
Well, that's an interesting. Could the system also not want to take a child with some violence because they could lose their license if something happened to teacher or child at the school? It's just so sad. It's just so sad there's not more help for these children when good help.
You've got another lingo because she can't speak straight. She can't speak straight. That was so sad.
It's hard.
Well, that's an interesting. Could the system also not want to take a child with some violence because they could lose their license if something happened to teacher or child at the school? It's just so sad. It's just so sad there's not more help for these children when good help and a specialized system could help them so much for the rest of their lives. I think the system is,
I think feels at times somewhat helpless to deal with autism, because there's no clear intervention, right? But the thing is, when you think about autism and violence or aggression, if you realize, so among children, the biggest risk factors for violence would be ADHD and or oppositional defiant, right? But as adults, that changes a little bit, and it becomes the risk factors for adults, surprisingly, are still ADHD, but also psychosis or mental health issues, right? So
he's saying that autism and mental health issues go hand in hand. Is that what I heard? This guy is so weird. I've got a new soundbite for John.
A new soundbite?
Here you go. This is for John.
You're what the French call les incompétents.
Thank you, Mom Interrupted, for your $9.99 super chat. John and Lauren really want to adopt an adult child, clearly.
She could not handle my vulnerability and my raw emotion, and I'm still pissed. Years later, I'm pissed that somebody cut me off when I was going to answer my question in probably the most vulnerable way I could ever answer a question. Because it was about my son.
That's my favorite Dr. Yan soundbite. And then this is my ultimate favorite is, and we need to ask Gigi. We need to call Gigi.
Call Gigi. You know, call Gigi. You call Gigi. You want me to call Gigi? You want to piece Gigi in as we go too?
Let's piece Gigi in.
Oof.
So, but the point is, autism there may be limits to what we can do with autism, but we can treat ADHD.
Right.
We can treat psychosis. Right. There's certain way we have ways to intervene with those things, and so in that sense, like, I don't know. The problem here, for me at least, is I don't know exactly what's going on with Clayton. I mean, maybe he probably has ADHD too. Was that diagnosed? Was that treated?
Dude,
like, I think
take it easy, John.
The school district.
Take it easy on these
Maybe,
diagnoses.
I've seen this as just autism spectrum disorder. It's not. I think they're not willing to engage with this child because maybe they don't want the risk, and maybe they recognize the limitations of dealing with autism. I don't know. But on the other hand, they're not giving this kid a chance by not giving him a full evaluation and looking at all the components that I just talked about, right?
Hey, Moms.
Their obligation should be to do a full evaluation, a full neuropsychological evaluation to determine how much of this is autism, how much of it's ADHD, how much of it's behavioral issues, right? Like it's how much of it is, I don't know, maybe there's some elements of bipolar here. But they're not.
He's thrown psychopathy, whatever. What else has he said? He just said bipolar, autism, violent tendencies. What else did he say?
What?
I mean, what the hell is he doing? Is he trying to get in trouble?
I think so. I think he's talking out his ass
I'm wondering here.
with his papers.
He's like this little pussy.
I'm trying to figure it out.
Right. It's so sad.
Yeah, and I guess I think there's.
It's so sad.
Yeah, he's good.
You're so slurred.
I've read various comments and
conduct disorder, OCD, OD.
It's amazed how much Grayson sounds like Lauren when you're not even looking at their, when you're not seeing a video. And over on the Instagram, we see where we were introduced to Grayson only 38 weeks ago. It was only 38 weeks ago that the Gray Bay joined the crew. So how is it that these people have morphed into one another so quickly? It's like, wow.
ADHD, psychopathy, bipolar, defiance disorder.
People are saying that parents are trying to pass the buck to the school, and I don't think that's the case. I actually think that parents, you're so limited on resources. You have to pay for everything.
Right.
If you don't have the money,
your child has to go to school. You want them to go to school. You want them.
Right. You have to have a career, so you can pay for what they need. You have to pay for therapy. You have to pay for doctors' appointments. You have to pay for everything. And so,
dude, Grayson is in high speed. I do not have them. They're on 1.1 speed.
I know.
She is all about this.
I keep having to adjust myself, but I've noticed that Gen X speaks fast. They're fast talkers.
Thank you, G-Lander, for your super chat. Dr. John has a PhD in word soup. Agreed. I agree with that 100%. But it's dangerous word soup.
The school district, I think they were just reaching out to the school district being like, we need help.
Right.
So I don't think the parents are necessarily.
Everything here also is my research for entertainment and educational purposes only. We urge you to go out there and do your research on everything. You have to these days because people are just talking out of their asses just to talk.
Passing the buck, but
No,
Yeah.
I don't either.
I think they really, but that brings me to my point is like, when I read that letter, it's sad because I think that the parents didn't expect them to be the targets of violence. They were so concerned about other people being the target that in there they don't mention themselves, and it's.
Yeah, Jay's playing Lajingo. We play Pingo over here. I need to get a Pingo together. Maybe I'll do that for when we do Jolene, and because I really want to read that article about Dr. Jan. I think it says a lot about him, and it's hilarious too.
In the end, his dad ends up being the target of the violence.
Right. I mean, to me, I think they're looking for support.
Right.
Right. Like one of the findings. So, for example,
It's clear they love Clayton. They're not giving up on Clayton. They want their help for Clayton. They want support.
I had mentioned earlier that. So I'm going to reference a study here. This is from the Journal of Autism and Developmental Disorders 2022, homicide incidents involving children.
Thanks for hanging out, and I hope we all hope you feel better. Have a great day.
With autism spectrum disorder, that's the title, as victims reported in the U.S. News Media 2000. Developmental disorders. I had mentioned earlier that. So I'm just going to reference. I'm going to reference a study here.
That down there is a little overlay of our dear old Lauren Turd. It's an overlay that I made earlier. We've got that one, and then we've got this overlay too. But since our Gray Bay is involved, we're using this one today.
This is from the Journal of Autism and Developmental Disorders 2022, homicide incidents involving children with autism spectrum disorder. That's the title, as victims reported in the U.S. News Media 2019. So this study looked at news media accounts.
As reported in the news media. What kind of study is this, John, that you're referencing in such a serious situation?
And a weird thing about that, Anders, is I heard that story the exact same day that earlier in the morning I was thinking about my Grandpa Williamson, and he had told me a story. He used to warn me not to get close to the doors because once he had a door fly open when he was little, and he fell out as a boy, right? So I was just thinking about that this morning. And I remember I used to talk to him about it all the time. And it became like a fear of mine, really, because I was, so it's just so, and then John, with him falling out and shredding his tender skin on the pavement, yet not going to the hospital and not telling the dad that it happened. And then battling all the wild animals, and something else happened that he and his mom didn't tell his dad about. Another near-death incident. So it's good stuff. It's good stuff. It's fictional stuff, I think, but it's good stuff.
Oh my God, I cannot with him. Listen to this again. This guy is completely incompetent. Completely. That's why he doesn't have a job. You're right.
What the French call les incompetents.
With autism spectrum disorder, that's the title, as victims reported in the U.S. News Media 2019. So this study looked at news media accounts of the children that were victims, and here's what they found. They say, our findings show that family members and caregivers were the most common perpetrators of child homicide with autistic children, with the most frequently cited contributing factor being overwhelming stress from caring for the child. Prior studies.
He let it completely traumatize him. And, he's pretty much a boomer / Gen X kid. I mean, my brother fell out of the back window of our station wagon at the gas station, and they didn't even realize he had fallen out until we were down the block. They gave him, he was thirsty. And I remember there's this story where he was thirsty, and we used to go camping, and this is a 70s story, camping, and on the way home they didn't have bottled water. There was nothing in the car except beer, so they gave him a little sip of beer, and they were talking, and they realized he drank the whole can. There's those stories. As a Gen X kid, every Gen Xer or boomer has those kind of stories because parenting was very loosey-goosey. But, your parents before them were even more loosey-goosey. And before that, loosey-goosey, right? So, you can't sit there and, I don't know. Anyway, I'm digressing. So John has mommy issues. We'll put it like that.
reported that parents of children with autism spectrum disorder.
I'm not saying that it's appropriate parenting and it happened to me and it's fine, like, to continue to be happening. But I just think that, you know, you're nearly 70, like he's in his 60s, so you're nearly 70, dude. It's time to, like, maybe do something with that.
Experience substantial chronic stress due to the significant demands related to the child's special needs. And so what do they recommend? Support, right? Like, to deal with a child that's creating a lot of stress in the family system, you know, I think it's perfectly expected for that family to seek outside resources because they don't necessarily have the ability to cope with a child that's
And early intervention is important with this to teach them. And
I mean, this is like me saying, I am Jennifer Youngblood, PhD.
Spiritualists will say about autism. It's not anything I would feel comfortable saying because I think it's a combination. I think some people can have this as, like, I don't know. I think it's a little bit about a lot, but it is on the increase. So I do look at environmental factors as being something really big, a role in it. He fell in love with that book because his mom read it to him every single night after she swore him to secrecy. I know. It's just a great story. I cannot wait. I think that's what we're going to do next because, yeah, I got to find the article and work up the story, but yeah.
I have my PhD in psychology. And I'm here to tell you tonight that when in a domestic violence situation, when a woman's leaving is the most dangerous time. I mean, for real? The fuck is wrong with him?
To help them and to give them the best life possible.
It also brings up the fact is, if this child went through the foster system, where's the resources there?
Yeah.
Like, shouldn't they have more resources to them there because he was not a biological child? So therefore, I read something. I don't know if it's true, but it says that there was like DCYF or DCS, whatever, like involvement prior. I think some family friends had said that. Like,
so probably foster to adopt.
So probably foster to adopt. So where's the support there, right? Like,
yeah, I mean, right, and I mean, there's another component here. Even if
the world, the resources are there. I worked 2 years in the foster care system as a social worker, and some of my kids did have, but the resources weren't as top notched, and they were whatever resources were back in the 90s, right? So I mean, and the funding, and it all depends on the school system, and yeah, depends on a lot of stuff.
The system doesn't necessarily want
the state that they're in. Yeah, depends on a lot.
Want to intervene with the child, they can still help the parents. Right. If all the things I just mentioned, like a chaotic home environment, unusual stress in the home, right? Parenting style, like if a parenting style is primarily authoritarian, and parents are very
there is what makes him the most dangerous to me, and the fact that they would engage with the Vallow Woodchuck family in the way that they did, and now we're seeing that they did it with the Delphi case too. So, yeah, he's dangerous. He's definitely dangerous.
Very critical and disapproving.
Dangerous. All three of them, their toxicity and they're dangerous, and it's a bad trio.
The things that I just mentioned.
Yeah.
Rejecting, right? If those things are going on in the home, and I wouldn't necessarily blame the parents. Like, some of it could be a function of the fact that you have a child that you can't rein in, right? But if those things are going on in the home, then help the parents understand it and respond differently. And so that might involve an intervention that would offer the parents classes or some type of educational component or even a therapeutic component to help the parents manage their stress and to be, help them become better parents so that they don't know necessarily.
Right.
So I think it's all of those elements.
Yeah. I mean, look, we don't know a lot about Clayton. We don't know a lot about a situation. I kind of threw it on you. I mean, you can't really give an analysis because we just don't know. But
an hour in, you can't really give an analysis because you don't know. But he just gave a huge analysis. Ooh, Tana says it's time for our own.
One of his favorite moves is to give the analysis, but then say he's not giving it. But I'm not diagnosing. Well, okay, all right then. But You're putting yourself up here as a psychologist, Princeton, whatever, but okay.
On table show. Hidden true crime, where we sit around and try to diagnose what the hell is wrong with these three.
It sounds
Let's do
like
it, Tom.
hidden true crime when we sit around and we dick everyone around.
We'd be here for a long time.
Right. And so we can kind of talk broadly, but like in a situation like this, this child's going to now move through the criminal justice system. And
Sue, I totally understand. Thank you for your super chat. She said, love you, Jay, but I have to pay.
Brad Pitt, Johnny Depp. But I mean, you can kind of look at them and can tell that there's some odor coming off of the screen.
On this one, I have a 24-year-old son with nonverbal autism that I care for 24/7. These guys suck and are clueless. I'm really sorry.
how's that going to help him? But two, how's that going to, like, do they just start doing, does he now get the full evaluation and everything as he moves through the criminal
This is
justice?
yesterday.
Do you know what I mean? Like, is that, I assume, like, you did your psychosexual evaluations. Like, I assume there's going to be some sort of evaluation on his mental competency.
Oh yeah, I mean,
You did your psychosexual evaluations.
well, first of all,
What happens?
they're gonna have to determine.
I'm wondering who you guys are that the dog sleeps with. Like is Dr. John one of those people that the dog sleeps with? I mean, do they go into a cuddle puddle on the couch, on the orange couch? And I mean, who's you guys? Still wondering about that one.
You said Pennsylvania law requires in these cases that he automatically is treated like an adult.
Yeah.
Right, which is why
an attorney can argue to bring it to juvenile.
Right, so they're going to have to. That seems to me to be a no-brainer.
Right.
Like they're going to have to assess.
I'm telling you.
Like, right,
There seems to be no point to this, but when it's going to ramp up, and then it's all going to make sense, and you're going
to say something because I've been told it ramps up, and I'm like, this is kind of fizzling for me. But all right, I'm ready for the ramp. Come on, guys, give it to us. Let's. Oops, sorry, Junie. Sorry. I'm just wanting to get the ramp. Sorry, baby. Did I scare you? Oh, sorry.
to be like, what in the pure hell just happened? I swear it. It's going to ramp up.
Come here, baby.
this child's
You okay?
intellectual, disabilities, if they exist, or his intellectual capacity. They're going to have to assess his emotional level, right? His relative, emotional intelligence compared to other kids his age, right? I mean, they're going to have to look at a lot of elements that
right, Trinity,
that would determine placement in terms of the judicial system. Is like the first question I would want to know is.
Thanks for stopping by. I hope you have a great day. Got to bow down. I don't support anything that Jay does. Anything. I don't know. I don't get into that.
Is this, I mean, you said it earlier, like, is he even capable of understanding? It seems like he doesn't even understand what he did.
Right.
So is that because of his state of mind at the time of the crime? Is it because of autism? Is it because, right, there's so many issues there. So I think you need to look at that to start assessing whether this child should be treated by the system as an adult. Or
Thank you, Mom. You're never interrupting. Thank you for your super chat. I love hearing your thoughts. So sorry to keep interrupting, but I honestly can't believe what I'm hearing. John could lose his license for this one. It's paid content about a private citizen, and it 100% violates HIPAA.
Come here, puppy.
Yeah, it's very mind-blowing that they're doing it. Just wait. Dude, it gets worse. It's like they may even take this shit down. It's so bad.
Or as a juvenile, or even, he's not even a juvenile, as a child. I mean, the number of kids, by the way, that I've worked with that are under 13 that have committed violent crimes or significant crimes is very limited.
Right.
And even, like, I think the youngest child I've ever...
A lot about their son lately, I've noticed. I think they don't like us talking about questioning their parenting skills.
First seen that I've ever evaluated was 9. And, I remember getting the referral. And, the first thing I did is
thank you, Salty.
I called up the DA and I said...
He had a 9-year-old, he says. And he called the DA. Oh my God, this is terrible. They originally started to talk about an 11-year-old who shot his dad because his Nintendo Switch was taken away. All right. The dad allegedly put the Nintendo Switch into his gun lockbox. The kid went and got the key, took the gun instead of the Nintendo, and shot him. They have brought autism, all kinds of diagnoses into this. And Grayson has inserted her family, her brother to be exact. I don't know. I mean, if you go to Patreon, I'm sure you can go to their website and find a place to report it. Thank you, Nada. This is not easy to listen to, but it's very important to show what they're doing because this is really bad.
Do I have this age right? Like, this is a 9-year-old, and you want to charge him as an adult? I'm like, help me understand what you're thinking here, right? Like,
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, yeah, I don't, I think sometimes when you have, for example, a 9-year-old, 11-year-old that commits such a violent crime, I think the first impulse is towards accountability. And so, not always, but it can be. And I think that creates problems, right? Like, I don't think there's any, I don't know. I need to, I can't really weigh in on this until I know all the details. But
oh my God, you just weighed in for an hour. He is a fool.
Very limited.
But it seems like, based on what we know, it seems like it would be, just speculating here, it seems like it would be very hard to put this 11-year-old in the adult system.
Yeah, I agree. I would say I have a problem with him being in an adult. Like, if he's in an adult jail right now, there's an issue.
Oh, I'm livid if that's true.
Like it says.
If he's in an adult jail, I have an issue. Grayson, no one cares about your issues. No one cares what you think.
Why were they completely fine sticking Richard Allen in a prison before he was even convicted then? Why was that okay for them? If they're upset that you would stick this 11-year-old in a jail.
Clayton was denied bail as being held at the Perry County Prison,
Yeah, why is he not in a juvenile center right now?
or even a psychiatric center, where he's being monitored.
Yeah, he's 11.
Like that. Think about the stressors in a jail environment. Lights are on. It's loud. People are yelling. I mean, I've never been to jail. I'm just.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Oh, I don't think I did. Could you resend that to me and I'll look at it right now? Maybe I might want to use it. I didn't see that. Did I reply to it? I don't think I saw it. I'm really bad with emails, but I don't think I saw that. A lot of people send my email to Para Women with a MAN. And while I do have that account, I always forget to check it. It's WOMEN.
Lobo. I think I went to fat camp with John. LOL. No, listen to this. Now keep in mind, when this little bitch describes jail, keep in mind, they wanted Christina to go where? They wanted her to go to prison. Prison, not even jail. Prison.
It's like, imagine, right? All the jail shows I watched as a kid. But like, think about all the stress. People are yelling, where he's being monitored.
Yeah, he's 11.
Like that. Think about the stressors in a jail environment. Lights are on. It's loud. People are yelling. I mean, I've never been to jail. I'm just like, imagine, right?
Exactly, ballet flats. And they're laughing.
All the jail shows I watched as a kid. But like, think about all the stressors that this poor child is being subjected to. And look, I get it. Some people are going to say, not poor child, he killed his dad. But like, at the end of the day,
I did a search in my email and I think I see it. You wanted to send some links. See, you have a link about her possibly. I think she lived in Kansas. I think that lawsuit in Kansas is for Grayson. The lawsuit against DoorDash. Okay. Great. Let me go through these while this is playing and see if there's anything I can share.
This is a child. And so we're subjecting them to an adult, what we would do to an adult who does this. Mm-hmm. And so and it's not just like a child who just like killed. Now we have diagnosis there. So like, I don't know. I think of, my own brother and my dad being out of town at one point. And I grew up in a nice area, but unfortunately that area is, if the police are called, usually somebody's going to jail. And my brother was maybe 11, 12.
Oh my God.
And was having an outburst. My dad was out of town. So my dad called the local police and was like, could you go assist my wife? Like, just get him calmed down.
Help him.
De-escalate the situation. My wife is alone with him. Just help de-escalate. And he had like hit a door because he was angry and they charged him.
Charged him with what? Like destruction of property?
Something to that effect, domestic something. But it was like they charged him for hitting a door.
But it sounds like they charged him to try to control his behavior, or like
Yeah.
his behavior.
Right, but then they didn't like just like drop it. Like my parents ended up having to spend thousands of dollars on an attorney, and he went to juvie. My mom had to go get him out the next day, and it was like this whole thing of like, maybe it was the same day, I don't remember, but it was like this whole thing of like, all my parents wanted was just some help de-escalating a situation.
Right. They wanted the police to. They wanted.
My dad was like, I'm across the country and I just need somebody to de-escalate.
Right.
Because she's alone with him and he's having an outburst because he's got all these, And so that's and I think ultimately, like when things like that happen, that's when kids enter the system and then they're in the system.
Right.
So like if this child is entering the system at 11 years old,
will he ever leave the system?
Right. And do they look at this child as how can we
help him?
How can we help him? How can we rehabilitate him? How can we, I don't know. Like that, there's a lot of like logistical questions there because it was a murder, but like,
hey, Dr.
Is this child just going to be looked at as a lost cause? Does that make sense?
Yeah, and it's a murder, but did the child understand what he was doing?
There's so many factors to it that like.
Right. And even if somehow this child is not in the system for years.
Okay, we got another Lajingo.
Hi, Kim. It's so good to see you. Yeah, in this information that was sent to me, it looks like there was a DoorDash lawsuit, a car accident possibly. And it was in Kansas. I think she lived in Kansas for a hot second. Because it's for Grayson Nicole Yohr. Is that how you say her last name? Yohr. And that's Grayson. So.
With like. This is when it starts to ramp up, guys.
Years and years and years, or let's say forever. How does this impact his relationship with his mother?
Right.
Right, with the surviving parent. Right? I mean, that becomes problematic maybe because presumably she loved her husband. And now this is a different family system. This is a different family system where you have a child who is a murderer, potentially, or alleged murderer.
Yes. Thank you for your super chat. Mabel, did they mention if her family gave consent? She said she spoke to her entire family and her brother before doing this.
Right.
Living with a mother who no longer has the husband she presumably needed and loved.
I'll show you this stuff that I pulled up after this is over. And we'll probably have to do a to be continued with Grayson, a part 2, but I'll show you some of this stuff. I completely forgot that you sent that to me. So thank you so much. I really appreciate this.
Right. How does that work?
I haven't been talking a lot, and I think this case just makes me sad.
Yeah. It's really sad.
There's no it's just sad. Yeah.
And to make matters worse,
Hey,
when
spaghetti.
you have, it becomes even more complicated by the fact that when you have a child this age committing murder, generally speaking, I don't know the laws in Pennsylvania, but generally speaking, the system demands accountability to a large degree. And if the child is convicted as an adult, then given the changes in certain laws, there's virtually no chance that this child will get a second chance.
Right. Yeah.
I'm not saying that's the case, but the Supreme Court did change a lot of the laws around. There used to be something called Miller's Law that allowed adolescents that engaged in seriously violent crimes.
Family tree. We're really going to get a real family tree, but I'll give you guys the double bajingo. We only have 2 spots open.
They used to, by law, they were allowed.
I'm pretty sure she was from Kansas City. I got some comments, people saying, no, she's from California, but I think they lived in Kansas and then they moved to California.
To have hearings in the, I forget the exact timeline, but they were allowed to get a second chance essentially. And the Supreme Court shut that down and basically said, no, states can now essentially lock up juveniles or 11-year-olds forever and throw away the key.
It's horrendous.
Wait, was it?
Yeah.
So I can't imagine.
Hey, Mesra.
And he just turned 11, right? The kid was.
It was his birthday.
It was his birthday.
They stayed up till midnight to sing happy birthday, and the police were there at like 3:20 in the morning.
So essentially a 10-year-old.
Yeah, he was one day. It was literally his birthday.
Right, he was 10.
I mean, that's. I know.
Yeah.
I know. It's so bad. So sad. These types of cases are, I know.
And do we even know if the kid's autistic? I don't even think we know this.
Yeah.
I know. It's so bad. It's so sad. These types of cases are just so complex.
Yeah. So there's no really clear. We just wanted to
You don't
talk
know
it out,
anything
I guess.
about the
That's actually
case.
also why I
You
think
don't
we
know
decided to do this for
anything, right?
Patreon. I think we just wanted to have a conversation about it, right? Just with no clear conclusion or ending. We don't
I
know a
heard
lot.
the name of Grayson's brother a few times in this, but they don't say the name of this case very much because I don't even know the name of the case.
But just to talk about it, talk it out.
Yeah, I think it was just on my mind a lot today. I was just like, how do you reconcile? How does this family reconcile this, and how, you know what I mean? Like, this is just such a sad. And I think having siblings on the spectrum, I think I just naturally have a lot more like empathy towards those situations.
Oh, absolutely.
Because people really don't understand.
Yeah.
Until you live with somebody who has a diagnosis like that, or whether or not they have a diagnosis. You know what I mean? Like, as a parent, as a sibling, as anybody who lives with somebody who struggles significantly mentally, I think nobody can understand it.
Yeah. And thank you for explaining though that autism does not make people violent. That is not what causes it. It's the combination.
Yeah. No. The main finding from
autism does not make people violent. That is not what causes it. It's the combination.
Yeah. No.
Dude, she is chugging the vino.
Wine lips.
And thank you for explaining though that autism does not make people violent. That is not what causes it. It's the combination.
Yeah. No.
Very clear because there were a few times during this that I thought I heard him say that. So he was very flip-floppy, wishy-washy per usual, saying this and that, but I'm not diagnosing as I sit here diagnosing. So, ugh.
The main finding from so far from the research, at least from the large studies on autism and violence, the main finding is that it's not the autism that's responsible. The autism is the diagnosis of autism spectrum disorder does not increase the risk for violence any more than it would in the general population. That's the main finding. So
but it could make them more of a victim to violence.
Yeah. But when there is violence, it's typically, as I just talked about, it's typically attributed more to a third variable, such as ADHD.
Do what again?
Oppositional defiant.
Blues, what are you talking about?
Right.
Blues, do what again? Are you behind? Oh, the slur? Dude, she's literally like chugging it.
Substance abuse, kind of the usual suspects that we always talk about.
Right. Yeah.
So which is very similar to what we talked about with schizophrenia, right? I think the research on schizophrenia and violence is not quite as
going to Nick Reiner.
Like what we know so far about autism spectrum disorder is there's much less actually of a connection, and so I think it's a little misleading. You know, it's a little misleading.
You're misleading.
Some of this is about the media. You know, in terms of Brian Koberger, right?
Oh my God.
Sandy Hook. Adam Lanza was said to have autism, right? There's a lot of these high-profile cases where it seems like a lot of people.
Wait a second. Why is he correlating autism with these horrible these horrible individuals who?
Sorry, muted. So here he's confused. He's confusing us. He's wishy-washy. She's making sure that we know that it's not correlated, and yet now he's gonna get the worst of the worst and correlate them. So it's like he says one thing, but then talks out of his ass.
Who have conducted the worst crimes that we've heard about in our generation. I swear to God, he relates with BK. He does. Blech.
People want to pin this on autism right away.
Who does?
And I think that's misleading. And
no
so
one does but you.
I kind of avoided this because I feel like this is not necessarily a popular opinion to say that autism is not really associated with violence per se any more than, somebody in the general population.
What are you talking about?
Because it seems like there's such a drumbeat these days.
Drumbeat?
In the true crime community, people want to blame autism for so much.
But if we're doing that, it sounds to me like you're doing that. I don't hear a lot of people doing that. In fact, you're the first. Have I heard any content creators saying that autism is, in fact, there was a big, I just said there was Katie Joy said it, but I mean, Katie Joy said it. Ugh. And I don't even think she said it was related. She just thought that her son could be more easily influenced because of his autism to commit a crime. Dr. Yan, go sit your ass down. All the way down.
Pinning it on autism.
Wait, what? Who the hell? They just spent an hour and 10 minutes telling us that this kid's autism led to this, and this. And now oh my God, they gaslight the hell out of you.
They do. They do. I'm just
hang on
with my mouth open.
A drum
in the true crime community always blames autism. Who? Show me.
Okay, I see where it's ramped up. All right,
groundswell of people.
I get the ramping. This is like pretty it makes no sense. It's gaslighting 101. Dr. Yan edition.
Despise you.
beat these days in the true crime community. People want to blame autism for so much.
But if we're pinning it on autism, then I would think that we're almost like group.
Russia has seen this or what she has to say about this. I want to do something on JJ. Actually, I've been thinking about JJ a lot because when I had Crusha on, I could never get a good feeling for JJ. And there were questions. I asked her some questions and I kind of felt like maybe I offended her a little bit because I didn't know if JJ was verbal because you never got to see any good shit with JJ, right? It was just all like, I mean, you get to see him in his PJs, but it was the day he was unalive. Like, it was just like dramatic stuff, right? And when I was covering the Gypsy Rose Blanchard case, I covered a lot on Dee Dee to humanize her, and I've just been thinking a lot about JJ lately, and I want to know more about him. But anyway, that's a little off topic, but I know JJ had autism.
Oh, did you hear her move across the bed and get closer to the mic?
I know. That's
because it seems like there's such.
Crusher told me that he was very verbal, and because I don't know. And then I asked her if he got excited about Christmas, and she's like, "Yes, he's a kid." But I didn't know. I didn't know his if he was profound, like his level of awareness, and I didn't know that he was super smart either. Like, I mean, it makes sense. Like a lot of autistic people are. So I don't know. It was just like kind of fun to learn more about JJ.
A drumbeat these days.
And learn about him not in the lens of he was murdered. It was just like learning about him as a individual, as a kid.
In the true crime community, people want to blame autism for so much.
But if we're pinning it on autism, then I would think that we're almost like grouping autism as violence, and then you're just putting every other child at a disadvantage because they're seen as somebody who could be violent when it's not. Do you know what I mean? That's
what you just did.
That's just what I'm thinking about. If we're saying it's
Right.
Like,
what the fuck? I am so confused right now. Just as a little reminder, guys.
What you are witnessing is real. The participants are not actors.
If when the media is doing that and people are doing that, like you're putting every other child who has autism at a disadvantage because then.
Andy, welcome back. He says. Andy says, my phone died months back.
I think I might do a little something on him, and then I can go out and do my research and find some good stuff. And, and then I would feel like I needed to do something for Tylee too, because Tylee sticks in my craw as well, because I think about her and her relationship with her mother, and I have some mother relationships that led to some eating issues. And I think about Tylee and somebody, I always thought that Tylee kept the weight on for a sense of protection, but then somebody said also it could have stemmed from the fact that Lori was a feeder. She fattened Tylee up to keep her fat so that she wasn't more beautiful than her. And so I wanted to kind of look at that too. It was all very fascinating to me, and I've been thinking about that a lot lately too.
I'm glad you got it charged, Andy. It's good to see you.
naturally there becomes a bias formed by like other parents who are like,
I think that's why I avoid talking about it. 'Cause I don't want anyone to think that autism causes.
Yeah.
right. Other parents are gonna be like, don't hang out with that kid. They have autism. They might be violent. And that's not
autism
true.
does not cause violence.
Right.
Right. That's the main.
It actually will often cause violence towards the child with
Absolutely.
autism.
That's the main finding. And I think I'll just kind of conclude with this thought. I mean, you guys.
Oh, you're going to conclude. Cotton Carolyn.
We're gonna
I think that was a great.
Get it after this. I don't have it all put together, but we're gonna take a peek at it, and we'll obviously have to do a part 2 on Grayson. But I thought we were nearing the end because I don't know. I didn't see all this here, so I guess we've got quite a bit to go. It's 143 minutes, and we're at 111. Oh, not too long. Only about a half hour, but that's like an hour here.
Podcast. What podcast? This one? A look into the life of families with challenges. I feel it gave some great inside realities. We got a cooter chat.
These 3 dummies make everything about themselves. Rolling eyes face emoji.
I agree, Coddle Jamie. 79 with the $5 super cooter chat. Thank you so much. I agree. With dummies and making everything about themselves. It's weird. Thank you for the cooter chat. The cooter chat link is pinned to the top of the chat if you want to interrupt.
Always make it about themselves. And when I saw them plopping their son on Larry's lap as if it were, like in having their son call Larry Papa, that unsettles me. And they make everything about themselves. They've inserted themselves in such inappropriate ways.
For any reason, if you're outraged, you want to tell Lauren and Grayson to F off. You want to tell John.
Actually quite exhausting. I cycle between exhaustion, outrage, and laughter with this trio. It's just a lot.
Here we got another one. Shar.
Can you let them know that they are no longer part of the true crime community?
I wish.
And it stops me in my tracks.
And this would be true from what we know of Clayton, like his response to police, right?
Mm-hmm.
Saying, I don't know what did he say?
Slorin.
He said something to the effect of, I didn't know, he didn't understand what he was doing. The police, right?
Always whispering. I can't stand Grayson's whispers, Lauren and Grayson's whispers to each other.
I don't know what did he say? He said something to the effect of, I didn't know, he didn't understand what he was doing, right? Like
when police asked Clayton what he thought would happen when he fired the gun, he
I didn't know, he didn't understand what he was doing. Some police, right? Mm-hmm. Saying, I don't know what did he say? He said something to the effect of,
I think she keeps rewinding it.
Didn't know.
Looks like I give Slurren a little credit for trying to get them. Oh wait, that's hers. Never mind.
He didn't understand what he was doing, right? Like
when police asked
her hair. I think she's saying something about her hair. I don't keep rewinding it though, you guys. I think Jay's trying to hear it.
Asked Clayton what he thought would happen when he fired the gun. He
said something to the effect of, I didn't know, he didn't understand what he was doing, right? Like
when police
batteries for their
I didn't know, he didn't understand. This is what I talk about all the time in terms of violent crime, is that there are certain factors in violence that we know occur or reoccur all the time, like lack of empathy, like anger, right? Like a sense of entitlement or envy or jealousy or greed. But one of the things that, for me, one of the preconditions that's almost always present is some type of violent ideation. And his comment there shows a complete lack.
That she would feed her kids junk, but she made sure to dance every day. And yeah, I'm sure she was in competition with poor Tylee.
Lack of violent ideation. In other words, he didn't understand the causal connection between firing a gun and murdering his father. Right, that wasn't like he might have been
dude, shut up.
Angry because they took away his Nintendo Switch.
It was like pull him off.
But somehow, and he probably understood what a gun was, but I don't think he made the full connection between
He's
taking
very
that
comfortable in just audio only. Have you noticed that? He's like a little freaking chatterbox.
gun,
So pull that trigger.
pulling the trigger.
I'm gonna
Right.
murder my dad.
He may have been a little angry at his dad. He may have been a little angry he didn't have a Switch, but I don't think he
that was the
understood
motive.
or equated that to what happened, to the
I
to the
agree.
outcome.
Right. So the violent ideation.
They're so stupid. You know what would have been a better conversation is maybe limiting time on switches and tablets and computers and phones. Maybe that would have been probably a better, or games or whatever. That would have been a better conversation. But they just spent an hour and 15 literally telling us that it was because of autism. We don't know if the kid's autistic. We don't know anything about the kid. We just know that he shot his dad.
Do we know the kid's name? Have we even heard that? Because I mean, nobody says his name. We keep hearing Gray Bay's brother's name, but not the. Who is this case?
Because the switch was taken. That's all we know. And these clowns have spent an hour and 15 telling us it's about autism and linking it to other psychiatric issues. Thank you, G-Lander. I've lost 10 IQ points listening to these dummies. I know. You'll gain them back, though. Don't worry.
There's no right.
I found it. This is the case that we're talking about, apparently. A U.S. boy, 11, allegedly shoots father to death after Nintendo Switch taken away. A Pennsylvania boy facing criminal homicide charges after a January 13th shooting at family home. Does it say he's autistic in here? An 11-year-old Pennsylvania boy allegedly shot his father to death after previously having his Nintendo Switch handheld gaming system taken away. He's facing criminal charges that illustrates how children easily can access guns in the U.S. Police were dispatched to the family's residence at 3:20 a.m. after a report of an unresponsive male. The news site says that officers found a 42-year-old man named Douglas Dietz dead in bed with a gunshot wound to his head. He was discovered in bed that he shared with his wife. The 11-year-old is the suspect. Police reported the child's birthday, and he had entered the bedroom shouting, "Daddy's dead." Trooper at the scene also reportedly said that they heard the son tell his mother, "I killed Daddy." Police said the shooting occurred after the couple had gone to bed shortly past midnight. The child reportedly told authorities that he had a good day with his parents, but the documents reportedly state that he became mad when his father told him he had to go to bed. The affidavit said that he said, "I shot somebody." The sworn police statement also said he admitted that he had someone in mind whom he was going to shoot, whom he identified as his father. According to the outlet, the court document says that the boy told police he found a key in the gun safe in his father's drawer. And there's nothing about autism in here. Father's drawer, I mean, I don't know if there would. It seems like they would say he was autistic if it was being reported of I don't think he's autistic, you guys. He reportedly unlocked it while attempting to locate his Nintendo Switch, which he had previously been taken from him, and found a gun. The son then allegedly admitted to removing the gun from the safe, loading bullets into it, and walking over to his father's side of the bed. According to the affidavit, he pulled back the hammer and fired the gun at his father. The affidavit adds, when asked what he believed would happen when he fired the gun, the boy responded that he was mad and that he had not thought about that, according to investigators. Well, he was a just turned 10-year-old. He was denied bail and being taken into custody. A hearing is tentatively scheduled for January 22nd. The picture accompanying this article was replaced on January 17th. An earlier stock image showed a Philadelphia police vehicle. The unsettling truth, we hope you... there's nothing about... Let's look up if there's anything else in there that says anything about this kid being autistic. I killed daddy, Pennsylvania boy, 11 shoots dad. It's too new of a... I don't see anything. It's not pulling anything up. Nobody's reporting autism here. Yeah. Weird. But not, I guess. Oh, wait, here. Family friend, 11-year-old accused in Perry County, death, has autism, close bond with family. Family friend, all right, let's see.
Jerry, David Stuckey is not just a family friend. The Dietz family considers him as an uncle to the 11-year-old Clayton William Dietz, who is accused of shooting and killing his own father just 2 days ago.
I would be honored to be noted as half the man or father that Doug was.
David Stuckey had only known Douglas since he met his wife, Stuckey's close childhood friend, Jill.
I couldn't even begin to paint you the picture of Jill right now. In the matter of a millisecond, her entire world changed.
The Dietz family, Jill, Doug, and Clayton, would virtually call Stuckey 2 or 3 times a week as he is studying in Mexico right now.
My title to Clayton is Uncle David. If you ask him who I am, he will tell you I am Uncle David. We have a unique bond.
Stuckey studies clinical mental health and tells me Clayton deals with autism, which escalated quickly in 2025.
I will say it's remarkable, the leap in the red flags that we noted to the extreme of this event.
Stuckey says at Douglas and Jill's request, he drafted a letter to the Susquehanna School District asking to move Clayton to a behavioral education center.
In the letter, I was speaking to the tune of the school violence that we're seeing, and that some of these subtle behaviors could eventually lead to a situation.
But the family, including Stuckey, says despite all specialized education, they never saw this coming.
The two loved each other. They had a great father-son bond. It's picturesque. It's shocking. It's so cliche to say. It's very close to home. It's personal now for me.
And we did file a right to know request with the Susquehanna School District about those communications between the parents and the school district. Those responses can take time, but Pennsylvania state law says they have up to 30 days to get back to us. We'll keep you updated both on air and online at WGAL.com when we get those responses.
But had he been diagnosed with autism, or was the dad suspecting it? Because I'm not really sure about the escalation part. But okay, let's get back to this.
Like Nick Reiner.
I just needed to know who these people were. I think it's so strange that we keep hearing Grayson's brother's name, but not the actual crime case that they're supposed to be talking about.
Oh,
right.
shit.
And by the way, both of these.
There we go. There, you guys called it. Nick Reiner.
These are parasites.
Yeah.
Unlike Nick Reiner, who clearly has.
Why didn't they just compare it to Nick Reiner and then just leave Gray Bay's brother out of it altogether?
A lot of violent ideation from the past and from.
Make it public and not Patreon.
Towards his parents, right? This is a child who doesn't have that necessarily.
This was a good TLDR right there. Too long didn't read, too long didn't listen. That right there.
What? TLDR?
This child didn't have, it sounds like, any violent ideation. This was a good TLDR right there. Too long didn't read, too long didn't listen. That right there.
What? Too long didn't listen? What is that even? TLDR? Who is she?
And from towards his parents, right? This is a child who doesn't have that necessarily.
This was a good TLDR right there. Too long didn't read, too long didn't listen. That right there. This child didn't have, it sounds like, any violent ideation. Violent ideation is what most criminals share, or lack of empathy. That doesn't seem to be the issue here. And now he's in the system.
Right. I've never heard that before.
But it's okay to put Christina, a mother of 4, into the system on a tether.
Yeah, and I think
Freaking sad.
this article, you know, good article.
What does that mean? Too long didn't read, too long didn't listen? What does that mean? I've never heard that before. Too long didn't read, too long didn't listen? Oh, it's a Reddit term?
Yeah, I've never heard of it either.
The headline is, quote, I killed daddy. So we're not painting this 11-year-old as like a monster child.
Oh, wait, no, I've seen it actually on Reddit now that she's saying that.
Right.
And like, you know, maybe Abby Blabby on Facebook was the only one who got the autism stuff. That's where I saw it. And she
Abby
has
Blabby.
sources within the family and or family friends and stuff. But like, now we're
Grayson's only source is Abby Blabby on Facebook. Go Hidden True Crime. You guys are so...
That's insane. I thought maybe they picked up that same article that I did, but if they went by Abby Blabby, oh my gosh.
legit. So you get your info from someone named Abby Blabby. Not saying Abby Blabby's bad. I don't know who she is. But it's clearly not an official source, right? So she's saying Abby Blabby has connections to the family. They're literally just spewing this and going on about diagnosing this kid.
painting a child as a monster when there's so much more to this.
So much more to it. And, you know.
Oh, I heard the wine glass.
Yeah.
Cheers.
I think, right. I think it's misleading. You know, one of our jobs, I think, here at Hidden True Crime is to the best of our ability, to weigh in with evidence and facts and research, and based on that, to like present things.
It gets worse,
truthfully.
Melmo. There's more.
Realistically.
Speaking of truthfully and realistically, what's it like working for us, Grayson?
Hand phone.
What's it like working for Hidden True Crime?
It's great.
After we've taught you about being honest, sticking to facts.
No, it's
evidence.
Wait, how did this turn into what it's like working for us?
I don't know.
What kind of horse shit is this?
I gotta be truthful. My mind is starting to wander.
Hand phone.
What's it like working for Hidden True Crime?
It's great.
After we've taught you about being honest, sticking to facts.
No, it's
evidence-based research.
No, you're like really on the spot. No, it's great. It's like hanging out with friends all day.
Taking old scripts and reworking them. It's really hard, you guys.
Like, really.
Yeah.
And work is just a part of life.
Work is life. Life is work.
Like, for me, it's one and the same.
Yeah, that's right. Our only arguments are me saying, I don't want to work anymore. You're like, you better work.
Oh my God, she's fucking tanked.
Yes.
Did you hear? I don't want to work anymore. Holy. Wow. They just speculated for an hour and 15. And now they're all about facts. Thank you, G Lander. Dang. Thank you so much for your support tonight. You got a lot to say. Sounds to me, diction. To find out if she has connect clause in. If you don't know them. But if you know that's in a fucking 40-some-year-old woman as a friend.
Psychopathy.
Work is just a part of life.
Work is life. Life is work.
Like, for me, it's one and the same.
Yeah, that's right. Our only argument.
Down the rabbit hole where we speculated what Grayson was making an episode over on Hidden True Crime.
So, no, I'm not going to just quit my job. And yeah, Lauren and John tell me all the time, go home, take some time off. But like, it's hard. I'm just very committed to my job. I love my job.
You did her interview with Trisha, and people were telling her just to go home or quit. And of course, Gray Bay was not going to do that.
Anybody will tell you that. I love my job. I love to work. I love to do my thing. This has hindered my ability to do that effectively. Come
here.
And anybody would
want me to turn your water on?
Would say that I could just go home, and in theory I could. But there is an underlying fear when you're going through a smear campaign and stalking and all of this stuff. There's an underlying fear of if I'm too far gone.
Do you think they actually pay her the going rate, which is $300 to $500 an episode? I mean, maybe when they were at their peak of doing the Hidden True Crime. Let's pop over to Hidden True Crime. Hold on. Oh, $200. That's right. So their videos, they put one up last night. They snuck one up in the middle of the night.
But it was, I did some research and it was 200 to 300. And that was the low end of the scale for somebody that is a reporter or a producer. So I wonder how much Gray Bay does make. Just out of curiosity.
Me saying, I don't want to work anymore. You're like, you better work.
I'm like, no, but I want to do this.
I'm like, I just want to stop working. Work anymore. You're like, you better work.
I'm like, no, but I want to do this.
I'm like, our only arguments are me saying, I don't want to work anymore. You're like, you better work.
I'm like, no, but I want to do this.
I'm like, I just want to stop working. And the Grayson's like, get to work.
I do. I really love to work.
Okay, before this goes totally off the rails, I just want to get it back on track to evidence and make the point that I've got it off the rails. I just want to.
Like these two are just like a mess together, Grayson and Lauren. It reminds me of when they were standing out there in Boise, and Gray Bay was wearing Lauren's old clothes from court the day before, and her shirt was coming up, and Lauren's, standing pigeon-toed, acting all weird.
Breadwinner in my family with my husband,
I'm actually the bread. Oh God, Grayson. Oh Lord, help.
I know. Oh, see, it wasn't tucked in. See, it's not tucked in. Why? Somebody needs to help this girl. Okay, anyway.
Somebody does need to help her because Lauren really isn't a girl's girl and isn't doing anything for this girl.
I want to get it back on track to evidence.
Did Grayson just squeal? Did you guys just hear Grayson squeal? They did it audio only. Work.
I really love to work.
Okay, before this goes totally off the rails, I want to get it back on track to evidence and make the point that I wanted to.
I don't even know if that was Grayson or Lauren that squealed because they sound exactly alike to me now at this point. They are looking alike. They are sounding alike. It's getting really confusing to me. Just like really confusing.
Make for a long time now in response to all these emails and all autism does not cause violence.
Thank you.
TLDR,
boom. Mic drop.
Headline.
He keeps saying this, but he'll go back and say something else in just a second.
All right, guys. Is that right? I don't know. We not cause violence.
Thank you.
TLDR,
boom. Mic drop.
Headline.
All right, guys. Is that right? I don't know.
No, it's not a wrap. We're not done, y'all.
Well, I had a couple other questions. Can we
okay.
Like clockwork. No.
There we go. This is where it really gets good. Buckle up. If you're sitting in the Cougar DeVille, put your seatbelt on because the road's about to get a little bumpy. It's about to, you think it's bad now? You thought that was bad? Shit. Here we go.
No, let's keep working.
No,
keep going.
No, this isn't work. This is actually, this is interesting. You did talk, first of all, what's it like working for you? I feel like I just got like a masterclass in autism. True story. My family, because my brother, got like arrested at like 11 or whatever.
Dude, she's drunk. They got her drunk. I'm telling you, Grayson is drunk. I'm not going to say they got her drunk, but she got drunk. And they're putting this out into
Grayson and Lauren are drunk. I don't know about John.
The universe. Okay, here we go.
Whatever, for hitting a door. They made us go through like family therapy. And this lady came over every Saturday morning. I remember I was like, thank God I have soccer practice on Saturday mornings. I was doing anything to get out of that. My sister, my parents.
Dude, what is happening right now? I told you. He's laughing.
Saturday morning. I remember I was like, thank God I have soccer practice on Saturday mornings. I was doing anything to get out of that. My sister, my parents would be like, you got to go get Grayson from soccer. And I'd be like, you don't have to get me. I'm going home with so-and-so today. But anyways, I remember, I think her name was like Nicole or something. I don't know. It was, a lot happened in those family therapy sessions. But there was like a time where she was, I don't know what the hell this lady was doing, but she was trying to get me to understand my brother's diagnosis, and she essentially gave me like a DSM book, and I'm like 11. She's like, well, if you
What? Are they laughing about her therapy as a child? What's a DSM book? What's a DSM book? It's way TMI. The thumbnail don't lie.
All this lady was doing, but she was trying to get me to understand my brother's diagnosis, and she essentially gave me like a DSM book, and I'm like 11. She's like, well, if you read about this, you'll understand your brother's diagnosis more. I don't know if it was a DSM or what it was, but I remember opening it and being like, I'm not reading this. And the next week I handed it back to her and said, thanks.
It's sorry, I was eating a cracker. My stomach got a little upset. It's a diagnostic service. That it's a manual that people use to diagnose people with. And the last one I used was a 4. They're on 5s now. And I find it very unusual that a doctor would do that.
Yeah.
And she said, did it help? I said, oh, it helped so much.
That's probably not the intervention I would have.
It was like what 11-year-olds.
What? Why would they give her a diagnostic manual? They probably gave her a book on her brother's diagnosis. And he's like, oh yeah, I don't think that that's the route I would have gone. Dude, she really feels important. She feels like she fits in. This is all manipulation on Grayson, and she doesn't even see it. But you guys, this is about to get real. All right, here we go.
I was gonna sit there and read.
You're like, yeah.
Be like,
no.
yeah.
So, anyways, what's it like working? It was like what 11-year-old's gonna sit there and read?
You're like, yeah.
Maybe she just showed her the page to read. I don't think she would hand her. I mean, because this is like a big, thick book. I mean, it's not huge, it's like a handbook, but I don't know. I question the shenanigans of this story.
No, so anyways, what's it like working? I just got like a master class, and what maybe somebody should have taught me at 11 would have helped me.
You're like, that would have helped me.
Yeah.
Yes, it gets worse.
But then you did mention schizophrenia. Actually, I don't know if I told you guys this. So you guys, I think I told you my dad was adopted, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is where it gets deep.
My dad didn't know much about his biological father until like a reporter essentially found traced our family back after my biological grandpa was found dead.
Yeah.
It was a whole family tree history in another country. It was a whole crazy thing.
Okay. So she just said her dad's adopted, and hold on, I need to hear that part again. Her dad's adopted. It happened in Canada, by the way.
Would have helped me.
You're like, that would have helped me.
Yeah. But then you did mention schizophrenia. Actually, I don't know if I told you guys this. So you guys, I think I told you my dad was adopted, right?
Mm-hmm.
And my dad didn't know much about his biological father until like a reporter essentially traced our family back after my biological grandpa was found dead.
Yeah. Wow.
It was a whole family tree history. In another country. It was a whole
Grandpa
crazy
found
thing.
dead.
But
your reporter doxed your family.
Well, it sounds like they hired the reporter. I don't.
Her bio grandpa was found dead, and a reporter tracked down her family. Oh yeah, Allie B from Tennessee. Right. Wait for it. It's getting deep. Now they all laugh.
I don't know.
I don't know.
A reporter doxed you.
The reporter did it on her own.
You weren't shocked about that? I mean, but that's happening in a lot of families actually with the DNA testing. That happened in our family. Some of our family members did some DNA testing, and we found out that my grandpa had a love child. So it seems to be happening a lot.
The reporter, what? Okay.
yeah, she like traced back the family tree, and then like
because they found somebody. They wanted
because
to know.
your dad was a prominent business guy.
No, so long story short, I guess everybody's gonna go find this article. Have fun. Please don't post my dad side by side with his biological father. He'll never forgive me for that one.
They know that everybody's gonna hear this. This is proof that they know that me or somebody else is gonna play this and review it. Did you hear that?
Oh, the reporter, what? Okay.
Yeah, she like traced back the family tree, and then like
because they give you permission to talk about this, maybe it's not the right thing to do, Grayson.
They found somebody. They wanted
Because
to know.
your dad was a prominent business guy?
No, so long story short, I guess everybody's gonna go find this article. Have fun. Please don't post my dad side by side with his biological father. He'll never forgive me.
Laura's probably super excited about this because, you know, she's got her problematic dad who went to prison. So she's like, yeah, talk about your family. I do.
For that one. But my biological grandpa was essentially, he died in a homeless encampment in Canada.
They didn't know who he was.
They didn't know who he was.
So the reporter said, let's go find out who this man is.
He had no family, he had nobody. And so this
reporter
sweet reporter, like,
wanted to give him an identity.
She wanted to give him an identity and she wanted to trace back his life. He was known as, his name was George. People called him Yogi, and then they called him Bunny George because he would carry bunnies around with him. And long story short, they get in contact with, like, they trace back to California. They trace his family. My dad found out he has a half brother through this. And then they trace back my dad's biological mom, who my dad found when the internet first became a thing. So they traced her back and she goes, well, he has a son. We had a kid together that we gave up for adoption. So that's how this reporter connects to our family. She flew in from Canada, met the family, did a whole interview, but that was a very long way of saying that my grandpa had schizophrenia or schizoaffective disorder. And so when you mentioned it a couple times, like, could there be a link? We've always, like, kind of wondered with my brother, like, what caused it, right? Like,
schizophrenia can take hold for females later in life. So, Grayson.
Is it just genetic? Like, did it skip a generation? So, like, because my dad doesn't have it, so did it skip you know what I mean? Like, or, like, also my brother was without oxygen for a little bit at birth, so that's always been, like, a question. Did that cause brain damage? Like, you know, we just skip it. You know what I mean? Like, or, like, also my brother was without oxygen for a little bit at birth, so that's always been, like, a question. Did that cause brain damage? Like, you know, we just don't know. But when you mentioned schizophrenia, it made me wonder if could there be a link.
Junie's right here, but he's not saying too much. He's a little hormonal today. Well, he is saying he's squawking and being a little naughty, but he's a little bitey today. So we're staying out of Junie's feathers, right? He woke up this way. He woke up on the wrong side of the perch. Come here. Come here. No bites. Come here. Want to say hi? You're not very talkative. He was doing the vocal warm-ups with me today. Want to do how many woodchucks? How many woodchucks could a woodchuck chuck? If a woodchuck could chuck woodchucks. He just says woodchuck, woodchuck, woodchuck. Can you say woodchuck, woodchuck, woodchuck? Yeah, he's not taking a shower right now. I'm trying to limit the showers. I'm a little worried about, I feel like it's too many showers. Plus my water bill, well, not my water, but my electric bill went way up. So, yes, you are a cutie. Who's a cutie cutie? Huh? Sweet boy. Mommy loves the box. I wish I knew what he was saying right there. He says it all the time. What, baby? It sounds like he's saying something about Maybelline outside, but I don't think that's. Mommy misses Maybelline? Maybe that's what he's saying. I don't know.
Could you have it?
Does that make sense?
Sorry, but yes.
Schizophrenia made me wonder if
he is here. I'm going to do some lives this week that you'll see me. I'm going to come on camera. And like I said, I'm going to do some Feel Good University where we go to the Kava Kava bar and do a live from there. So you'll see Junie this week sometime.
Could there be a link between schizophrenia and autism? Does that make sense? Loaded question.
Yeah.
I'm looking at John's face. I don't think you know. Do you know?
Well, I think okay. Again, like there is a potential link between autism and psychosis and violence.
Okay.
What?
But yeah, there could be. You know, when you talk about your brother and the prenatal, remember I was talking about the importance of the prenatal environment.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't perform, will he?
That could be part of it. Like the lack of oxygen for a brief period there could have clearly affected brain development.
Yeah.
But it sounds like there were a combination of factors that kind of came together.
Right.
But yeah, schizophrenia has a large genetic component.
Right. Well, I was just like, my broader question was like, could my biological grandpa's diagnosis have something to do with my brother?
Sure.
I don't know, because up until that point, we really like until that article came out and that woman came and told my parents about my dad's biological dad.
You're like,
my parents were like, "What caused it?" Like they didn't, and then they were like, "Wait, maybe that." You know what I mean? Like they finally got like a little bit of information about his dad, and so then that's always just been like a question we've always.
I guess you'd have to know. I want to know with your.
Yeah, he said so many words. He just said cutie there. He likes to say cutie, cutie. He says Junie's booty. He says, mommy loves the bug. I love you. He does the woodchuck thing. He says treat, treat. He gets thirsty mixed up with hungry. He says he's thirsty, and that could mean he's either thirsty or he's hungry. So he's quite the talker. But his dad was a talker. His dad talks quite a bit.
Grandfather, like how severe the schizophrenia was, right?
John's getting worried.
Look, I have the article pulled up because I actually wanted to ask about this. His mental health problems became more pronounced around this time. Various psychiatric reports, as well as his sister, would later say that he suffered from either paranoid schizophrenia or schizoaffective disorder.
Okay.
Much of his 20s was spent on Southern California beaches, surfing and living what friends described as a beach bum lifestyle. I
got her grandpa on the screen.
His cousin remembered him as somewhat of a black sheep who never seemed particularly driven to work.
She's reading the article. Listen, she's reading the article that I have pulled up because the article is behind a paywall. And John is now getting worried, in my opinion. He's like, wait a minute. I don't think I knew this about you. This is her grandfather, and he wants to know how severe it is.
Yeah, because Grayson
there's his bunnies.
And schizophrenia usually takes with girls later in life up to 29, 30. So yikes, Grayson.
Is that his tongue? I can't tell. I don't know. I pulled up what she said. She's reading the article for us.
Driven by work or family. And then Yogi's favorite thing was surfing. The only job he ever had was a bagger at a local grocery store in Laguna. That's all he did. So Vancouver woman who became a friend and landlord of him later in life.
Okay, so hear that door? Lauren's been away. She's been in the shitter. I listened to this part. She's been in the shitter. She hasn't heard all of this. Okay? She doesn't know exactly what John has just been told.
Opening and closing was? Okay.
She's about to come back to the mic.
I believe the onset of his...
Yes, and John is bookless for this. He's bookless for this portion of the podcast.
His mental illness, she believes schizophrenia in his early 20s, was the reason from his withdrawal and family in California.
She said, did you hear that? I might need to replay that. Listen what they say about her grandfather, her blood relative. Listen.
Landlord of him later in life, believed the onset of his mental illness, she believes schizophrenia in his early 20s, was the reason from his withdrawal and family in California.
Now listen to John. Early 20s. How old is Gray Bay? 24.
Yeah.
Oh, we got a hella raid.
The girls, the boys, it's usually the teens, like 17-ish, and the girls, it happens later.
Thank you so much, Hella, for the raid tonight.
Thank you for your support.
And I also hope I'm not foreshadowing anything.
Welcome in, Hella's peeps. We have we're listening to Gray Bay's family history. We're getting the family tree of Gray Bay. We have her grandfather, Papa. Bless his soul. He's up on the screen. She's telling us all about this. He was diagnosed in his early 20s. Hella.
Lord of him later in life, believed the onset of his mental illness, she believes schizophrenia in his early 20s, was the reason from his withdrawal and family in California. So
how did he end up in Canada?
I think it's in this article, but this is a really long article that I've read like 10 times.
Okay.
This is Grayson's bio grandfather.
Yeah, it's.
So I think the answer would be yes.
He withdrew from family, and then I think
makes sense.
He ended up. His family. He's from Germany.
Okay.
And then I believe
mental health issues. Why? I don't even know how we got here.
Okay, yeah. So just after the Second World War, they immigrated to Canada, lived in Ontario, and then California. And then he was an avid surfer, a U.S. Air Force enlistee, spent time in prison and time on the
I don't know why we're doing this.
street.
How is this in relation to this case that we were just talking about? This one right here. This boy who, okay. Well, but you know what? Perhaps I'm getting ahead of myself, so I'm just gonna back the truck up and come back here.
Be self-destruct. His journey was made more difficult by mental health issues. He could be self-destructive and violent, but also gentle and compassionate, particularly to the wild rabbits he caught and cared for. And more than any other pursuit or group of humans, became part of his persona.
Interesting.
That or the boxed wine gives her the shits.
Yeah.
You hear John?
So,
He's
yeah,
like, interesting. He's scooting away. He's going to the other side of the bed. Right, Kitty? Starting to make sense.
I think there could be some relationship.
I wonder. I mean, I guess there wouldn't be a way for me to like ever get those records with her. It would be interesting.
I mean,
Well, who diagnosed him?
You're asking the wrong person. I'm just reading an article on my grandfather that I've never met.
You might be able to get him if he's deceased. I think.
I don't know. It would be interesting to see how bad it was.
Sounds like it was pretty bad. If it was paranoid schizophrenia.
Yeah, and then I know he didn't talk to
Oh,
his family
sorry.
at all.
That door, when you heard it, was Lauren leaving. She went in the shitter. She's in the shitter right now. He's scared. He doesn't know what to say.
I keep waiting for Lauren to say something. I thought she was coming out of the shitter. Okay, yeah, the boxed wine gives her the shits. That's what she said. That's what she whispered. That was the whispering that we heard back yonder. I got the shits. I'll be right back.
It's like, I don't have a script to tell me what to say to this. I didn't expect this. You're in your early 20s. Your family has schizophrenia that runs in your genes.
I feel like we could do a meme here where John is sitting there with, those googly eyes looking at Gray Base, and the caption could be, "Who's gonna tell her?" Right? Who's gonna tell her?
And you're basically living here with me and my wife and my kids, and my wife is living with you at your apartment.
See how bad it was.
Sounds like it was pretty bad if it was paranoid schizophrenia.
Yeah, and then I know he didn't talk to his family at all, because I believe at one point.
Okay, but
my dad.
We can look at the photo here and do a little deduction that perhaps it wasn't good, right? I mean, people don't generally. Oh wait, that isn't his tongue in there. Let me get closer. Is that his tongue? No, that's not his tongue. But I mean, the way he's dressed, and we've got, probably a homeless person back here in the building, and we know that he left society pretty early. And so, I mean, it's not good. It's not good.
I've contacted his sister, and his sister just said, "You don't want to know him. He's a bad guy." And that was it.
Oh my God. This is getting interesting. Wow. Jennifer Martinez, you need to start from the beginning. Oh my God. I told you the end was juicy.
Leave at one point.
Come and knock on our door. Come and knock on our door. Waiting for you.
It's getting spicy.
My dad contacted his sister, and his sister just said, "You don't want to know him. He's a bad guy." And that was it. And my dad was just like, "Okay." And then never really knew anything else until nobody really ever, it was like kind of just like nobody talked. And my dad was just kind of like, "I don't really want to open that can of worms."
Yeah.
And so it was never really a thing until this reporter brought down all this information that nobody had ever known about him.
Right. Wow.
Like all of a sudden my dad learned everything. I guess what he could learn.
How old was your dad when he learned all that? Do you remember?
I think it was back in 2014. I remember being in middle school when it happened.
Okay, so I did word that wrong. Grayson wasn't adopted. Her dad was. This is her dad's bio dads. This is still her bio.
I thought she said it right, because that's who I thought it was. It was her bio dad was adopted, and this is her bio grandfather that she never met, that has schizophrenia because he left the family because he got it. Boys generally get it 17 to 20 is when the boys tend to get it, and girls can get it as late. I've heard 30, but it's usually 29 is the cutoff. But again, I work through I'm giving you old information. I haven't been practicing as a social worker. My BA is in social psych, and I haven't been a practicing worker for a while. And I believe to be up to date with these things because psychology and sociology is always changing. But that's what I understand.
Grandpa. She wasn't adopted though. I think I misunderstood that.
And so your dad really had no idea of who his father was.
He knew his name, and like my grandma would like occasionally say like a thing or two, but really no.
Okay.
Like my grandma and him got married. They had my dad, they put him up for adoption at birth. And that was it. And then my grandma always hoped that she would talk to him again, but then, which did end up happening because there was a name mishap. They were supposed to change the name on the birth certificate because it was a closed adoption, and the doctor didn't do it.
Oh yeah. Okay.
So that's how my dad found his mom. And then so she would say like a little bit about him, but she never really talked much. Short marriage. And then, so my dad just didn't know anything.
Mm.
So when he found out about like all the schizophrenia and stuff like that, it led to a lot of questions within our family of like, could this be partially where the mental health issues come in?
Does the brother have schizophrenia? Is she muted? Let me move it forward.
Please thank her in the chat. Say, hey, if you think John is literally saying, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. He's dumb, but he ain't that dumb. Lauren's still in the shitter. Has no idea that Grayson is spilling all of this to John. I don't know if she would care, but
that's a good one to have. I did a lot of drama classes and communication because I started off with my being communication / psychology, and then halfway through I switched to sociology, psychology with a heavy emphasis on communications. So I love drama. I used to direct at the community theater. I've directed a few plays. I directed Dracula, Dial M for Murder. I was in a few plays. You Can't Take It With You. And so, yeah, love that kind of stuff.
I see lots of ones. He got very quiet. He's like, yeah, This just kind of changed. The whole tone, the whole feel changed.
I think your brother may have had.
Not me. I was the big dum-dum who didn't go to freshman. I hated freshman orientation. Didn't see a point in it. Didn't see a point. Couldn't bring myself to go to it. So I just eked by with a D. And let me tell you, a D will bring your GPA down. And I fought that for the rest of my time. I even considered retaking freshman orientation because I had heard that you could retake it. But I just couldn't bring myself to do that either. So I just barely got a B GPA because of that.
Schizophrenia?
We want.
That was the tell-all for me. He's like, this is John, guys. Do you think your brother might have schizophrenia? I mean,
that's what I'm thinking.
Oh, Janice says he's not concerned.
You think it's possibly not autism and schizophrenia because they could have some overlapping things that seem a lot alike, maybe?
Getting arousal. 1 for concern, 2 for arousal. 1 concern, 2 arousal.
I think he's a little alarmed right now. I think he's still in the alarmed phase.
You can be honest. It's okay. No one will judge you.
Mental health issues come in.
Do you think your brother may have had schizophrenia?
We wondered for a little bit, but no, I don't think so now.
We wondered?
But I think when he was like 18, we did wonder for a little bit.
Wondered, then wouldn't you have him tested? I'm a little speechless. You wondered? So you don't know. He probably has schizophrenia, you guys. Allegedly, in my opinion, for entertainment purposes only.
Like it was
Yeah.
It was rough. Right around that time, it was really rough. Luckily, I think he's stabled out since then. But yeah, it was
I wish this was on
not easy
camera.
back at that point. And so we, I guess it was like our family was just trying to get answers, trying to figure out how this is caused and what do you do? Like,
Right.
I think
you guys are trying to understand influences on your brother.
right.
Influence.
And then like my parents were just at a lost cause of like, what do we do? How do we help them?
Yeah.
And with the lack of resources can also come resources that aren't helpful that people get led into, right? So like, for example, my brother's 17, somebody tells my parents about wilderness therapy. It says this is the best for him.
Hold on. What?
Can you imagine? This kid probably has schizophrenia and they sent him away to wilderness therapy. Jeez. Wow.
She's in wilderness therapy. What's going on? What the fuck? Okay, you guys, we know that John worked in wilderness camps for kids, teens. What?
How's John going to react to this, I wonder?
What is happening now?
So like, for example, my brother's 17, somebody tells my parents about wilderness therapy. It says this is the best for him.
I heard him laugh.
Okay.
So when he was 17, he essentially got like kidnapped and taken to wilderness therapy.
There's no wilderness camp in this country that is legit. Not one. There's no good camps like that are good. Allie, thank you for your super chat. Super chat. I told you this shit gets crazy, dude. We ain't even done. They still go on for another 15 minutes. I'm telling you, these three are dangerous. Only a matter of time. We will wait. Right. Wilderness therapy for someone who they thought was schizophrenic and had all these, yeah.
Horrible children.
Oh, man, Shauna. Oh, wait, it gets better. Okay, I'm going to shut up. Here we go. Smoke them if you got them.
The best for him.
Okay.
So when he was 17, he essentially got like kidnapped and taken to wilderness therapy for a few months.
Do you remember, did he go to Utah?
He went to Utah. Yeah.
He went to Utah?
Yeah.
Like southern Utah?
I think it was southern Utah. Yeah.
Probably. Okay.
Yeah. And he was there for like 3 months.
It's like he knows the camp. Did he go to Utah? Southern Utah? Was it Big Mo's camp? Yeah. I know about it.
Like literally till his 18th birthday. It was like my parents like last ditch effort.
Did it work?
No.
Just help the yeah.
I don't think they do work. I think they cause a lot of residual issues. Right? Like my brother has abandonment issues because he thought he was going on the trip of a lifetime to San Francisco and had a layover.
He laughed at that.
And then they stuffed him in a car and take him. They didn't tell him where they were taking him. Look, I'm not blaming my parents. My parents were told that this was what was best.
Yeah.
Like professionals told my parents to do this. The doctor the psychiatrist that my parents were working with said do this. So like my parents thought that they were doing what they should. So they coughed up $55,000 cash, sent him on his way, and thought that this would fix him, and instead it like traumatized him.
Yeah.
$55,000? It sounds like Grayson's family had more money than they knew what to do with it. Jeez. Just send him away. That'll fix it.
Because I just don't think those things are good for kids, but.
Right. And if there is a diagnosis of autism, it's not going to help with that.
Right. No, sleeping outside and carving your own spoon. Right.
Lauren is taking the longest shirt ever.
Sid, thank you for the cooter chat. Thank you for breaking the monotony. She's taking the longest shit ever. He'll swear for you too. Yeah, this is wild stuff, right?
Yeah.
The door just opened.
Right. Yeah, if there's sensory integration issues or like wilderness therapy, I don't know.
You guys are still going?
Yeah, we're talking about
I
wilderness.
took a bathroom break, I'll be honest.
Well, I was explaining to my grandpa the background, and then I brought up again lack of resources, and then how parents can often, when they think they have the resources, it could be the wrong resource. For my brother, my parents were told that.
Wait, hold on. Okay, so what I think that could be happening here, just hear me out, okay? Picture me with my tinfoil hat on. Hear me out. Could it be that Grayson has been listening to us and reading everything that's on Reddit about John? And is she hosing John right now? I know hosing is probably a really 1980s term. Is she punking John right now? Is she fucking with John right now? Because she's like, because I really don't think those are good for kids. Trolling him. There you go, Pines. Is she trolling John right now?
She must know that John.
While Lauren was gone.
John was going to do.
I'm old, Sleuthy. Cut me a sprout here.
Maybe
trolling. Okay, I say hose. You say trolling. But it just feels like it. It feels like she's poking. Or she made up the story to be relatable. That's, moderator, that is very possible.
Again, lack of resources, and then how parents can often, when they think they have the resources, it could be the wrong resource. For my brother, my parents were told that wilderness therapy was the right move.
Oh, really? They had wilderness therapy?
The psychiatrist
in southern Utah.
No,
wilderness therapy. So did he go to wilderness therapy in southern Utah?
Yeah.
They did a Chad Frankie?
They pulled a Chad Frankie.
Oh my God, they're laughing about Chad Frankie? Pulled a Chad Frankie?
They're quirky.
Fuck directly off.
They tell you.
Wow, man. Wow.
Quirky people. They like to back.
Oh, we're here for the victims.
They're quirky.
We're here for the victims. He was a kid, man.
In southern Utah.
Wilderness therapy. So did he go to wilderness therapy in southern Utah?
Yeah.
They did a Chad Frankie?
They pulled a Chad Frankie.
Yeah, they pulled a Chad Frankie, which was probably the worst thing they could have done at that point.
Utah is like a big hotbed for those. That's interesting.
Yeah. Well, I was telling you, my parents were told that like this was the best thing they could do for him. It would get him on the right track. And
so
Grayson, it sounds like she's leading them.
Do you like it?
No. Yeah. Well, I was telling you, my parents were told that like this was the best thing they could do for him. It would get him on the right track. And
so do you like it?
No.
Did they kidnap him?
Yeah.
That's what they always do, man. Is that what they did to Chad Frankie too?
I think so.
Yeah, they did.
So for him, they told him, I knew ahead of time, and I was told, like, I think they literally instructed my parents to tell me, like, if she says anything, she's going to. Because like I was told, like, if you say anything, you're going to.
What?
So I remember
distortion.
And they thought that was funny. Wow.
What? You're going to? What in the pure fuck? And they're laughing, y'all. They're laughing. Where is difficult research? Oh my God, Crusha. Under Crusha is gonna be so fucking mad at this.
like if she says anything, she's going to. Because like I was told, like if you say anything, you're going to.
Oh my God.
So I remember
distortion.
I do remember the day he went away. I had like a massive panic attack at volleyball because I like had like this like intense guilt of what was happening and that I hadn't told my brother.
Wow.
Like I felt like I withheld like, and I knew what was happening. And I started looking it up as he was there. I got the name of it. Nobody told me the name of it until he was there. And I was like telling my parents, like, this isn't good. Like, you guys don't understand what he's in. And they're like, no, they're telling us it's good. Like, this is, it's the classic story. If you watch any documentary on these places or anything, it's the classic story of what they tell the parents. Like,
They research
Well, it's similar to Nick Reiner and rehab.
Grayson, who's just like a young girl, is able to research it and look it up on the internet. Your parents didn't do that? Seems weird, but okay.
Right. Like
Nick Reiner.
Oh my God, now we're back on Nick Reiner. That was not on my bingo card, and I don't know why. Oh my God. For the person who thinks they're trolling us.
Seems like Nick Reiner is the new case that they like to talk about all the time. It used to be the Vallow case, but now that they can't really mention the Vallow case because they're afraid of the Vallow Woodchuck family. I really believe they're afraid of the family. Now it's the Reiner family that they talk about all the time.
I just don't think, I don't think that this would be a way to troll us, if you will. Like, I feel like if this is trolling us, this makes
I
them look.
think she's smart enough, but I mean, is she that stupid too? I don't know. I can't like clock Grayson because her eyes trick me. I think her eyes trick me, but her behavior says something else than what her face and her eyes and like her like weird demeanor, right? Grayson's strange. Over on Reddit, people were asking like, what's up with Grayson? Can someone please explain Grayson to me? I listened to the podcast and have watched only a handful of videos. Is she a producer, personal assistant? No, people don't quite understand who or what Grayson is. Here people are saying that she's the current producer. Purportedly, she's in her mid-20s and she worked for Annie Elise before working for Lauren. Grayson first helped Lauren take notes at the Delphi trial when Lauren flew back home for Halloween. Grayson grew up mostly in Kansas. Oh, there it is. Grayson grew up mostly in Kansas, but her family now lives in California. According to Lauren and Grayson, they spend most of each of their days together working. Grayson also watches Lauren and John's 8-year-old son for them too. I have heard some say Grayson is currently living with Lauren and John, but that's not, I believe that Grayson is living in an apartment that Lauren and John help pay for. If not pay for all the way. So here this person is also saying that Grayson was in Kansas. This is the lawsuit I'm talking about. This is the complaint, Grayson Nicole versus Jared von Steiner. It happened in March 2025, 7 p.m. at March 7th, 3:27 p.m. Comes now the plaintiff, Grayson Nicole by and through her attorneys, Bruce Allen Broomley and Chloe Elizabeth Davis, and for the cause of action against the defendant, Jared von Steiner, and hereby alleges and states as follows. I'm going to make this a little bit bigger. I'm too far away. Plaintiff Grayson Nicole at all times pled herein was a resident of Johnson County, Kansas. Defendant Jared von Steiner may be properly served with summons. Defendant DoorDash Inc. is a Delaware for-profit corporation operating in and by virtue of the law of the state of Kansas. Defendant DoorDash LLC is a Delaware foreign limited liability. We're going to skip through that. And that's all I had for the document. What is this track parties? One file. Yeah, so this is, if you guys want, I will put the links for this. This is a little added. I knew she was from Kansas. I just knew it. It was filed March 7th, 2025. So she does have I wonder if Law and Crime is going to pick up on this. Law and Crime. Okay, let's get back. Because I think once we get through this, we're going to end this. So I wanted to get that up there if you guys wanted to take a peek at it. I know some of you were waiting to see it.
Really bad. I don't know if I can get down with that. I think John sounds very uncomfortable. I don't think that he's acting. Lauren is trashed. And I think Grayson has a buzz on.
I'm very uncomfortable sitting here.
Thank you, Allie, for your super chat. She said, is this a cry for help from Gray Bay? I don't think so. I don't think so. And I don't think it's made up. I don't. I mean, I don't know if she's making it up, but I don't think this is planned between the three of them. Moderator thinks she's trying to engage John. It could be. It could be. Thank you, Unsolved Amy, for your support. I was put into one of the camps to straighten out. It was horribly abusive and not therapeutic in the least.
I was also sent this little photo of our Lily, and this is something from Grayson. She posted, just moved back to the area. This was August 19th, 2023. Just moved back to the area and looking for a dog groomer that has lots of experience with doodles. Also looking for a great vet. Would appreciate any recommendations. So this was her posting in Huntington Beach County. And then we know that we also have, when Gray Bay was looking for a dentist, and she literally thought that her dentist was in on this whole situation, was working against her with the Stalker 7 OGs.
Is the stalker's friend, not Lori Hellis, not Lori Hellis.
Okay.
Lori is the stalker's friend from California, which is where California is my home. It's where my family is.
She doxes herself where she's from. Just listen.
Okay, so she's friends with the stalker. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Lori's husband is my dentist. I'm gonna say he's a really good dentist. I have a ear of the dentist, and he was wonderful and helped me with that a lot. And I haven't been there since a little bit before all this has started, but there has been 2 times this dentist office has reached out to me. Let me give you the dates.
Does she say where this is? Is it Kansas?
I don't know.
This is her fucking dentist that you get cleanings every 6 months. She missed her cleaning, and they sent her 2 reminders through the year, and she's paranoid that they want to lure her to the dental office to do something. Grayson was also obsessed with.
She thinks the dentist office is in this. It's so, oh my gosh. Go touch grass.
Stop.
Are you?
Stop. Stop. No, keep going. That still cracks me up. Okay, let's get back. I know we're in the home stretch here. I know we're in it.
Absolutely trash. Yeah, those camps are bad news. It's all bad news.
There's pictures of the grinder one that looked actually kind of nice. They have pictures of hiking.
No, it was like a spa, but that's not the point. The point is he didn't want to go.
Yeah.
The point is that there were times when they forced him to go and he didn't want to go. So all you're doing is creating resentment.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Like you said, you're creating trauma.
Right. For him, he had always dreamed of going to San Francisco. So he thought he was going to San Francisco, and it happened in Las Vegas. He thought there was just a layover in Las Vegas, and he was going to just get a quick lunch with my parents' friends, and they put him in a car, locked the door, and my parents said bye, and that was it.
Oh my gosh, they legit kidnapped him.
Yeah, he didn't know.
That's not traumatizing at all.
He thought he was going on a vacation. Thank you for this cooter chat.
I can't think of anything. Well, I can think of some
Why
words.
didn't you read it? Shirley. Oh, it's a super chat.
Jeez.
JM.
You're going on a wonderful vacation, and then that? No, thank you.
He's told me that they didn't tell him where he was going. Like
He thought he was going to be like cruising down the streets of San
That's
Francisco in trolley
horrible.
cars, and he ended up in like a cave making fire.
Well, what's frightening is just being kidnapped.
Wow.
Right.
Yeah.
It's created like abandonment issues, I think. I don't fault
which is horrible for somebody with autistic spectrum disorder.
Right.
Those wilderness camps are strange.
I don't fault my parents for it because I don't think that they knew, right? They were given this and told this is what you do. Like this is how you help your child. And so anyways, my brothers told me like they didn't
Said those wilderness camps are strange. Lauren did. I mean, does nobody know that John wanted to run? I mean, I believe Lauren was the one that told people that John wanted to run the wilderness camp. Are we just going to ignore this? I guess so. I guess we ignore elephants in the room here.
tell him until they were like pretty much there, like, yeah, this is your life, this is where you're at. And then he told me like a story, like the first night he slept in a sleeping bag, like a blanket, and they had people on like either side of him so he couldn't run, essentially.
Like guards?
Yeah, but it was like not counselors, not like camp counselors, but like the people that like watch over the kids. But they like slept on either side of the blanket so like he couldn't get out and run.
Huh.
And then he told me like they would drop off like rice and beans like once a week. And
Get really nasty, the Gems, and it's so funny how immature they are because they really go for where they think they're going to hit you the lowest. Like they like to say, like, you're jealous or you're jelly or you're a high school. And they just say the most comical things. I guess they hit us where it's hardest for them because, like, no, I'm not jelly. And it's not high school, and you saying it's jelly makes it sound like you're, yeah, it's crazy. The gems are, but they're a lot of fun. I laugh at them pretty much.
They were just like outside, like he came home, he legit lost like 85 pounds in 3 months. It was cool.
What the fuck? What?
That's horrible.
We have another Lajingo.
Place to do.
Yeah, but it's a different context.
I know. That's what's. But
You used to take CEOs out in the wilderness?
They haven't talked about their son yet. I feel like they have. I feel like I've heard about their son, but maybe it's because I played that clip so much about John and his son being cut off when he was the most vulnerable he's ever been his entire life, and they cut him off.
It's about the fact that years ago when that person cut me off, she could not handle my vulnerability and my raw emotion, and I'm still pissed. Years later, I'm pissed that somebody cut me off when I was going to answer my question. In probably the most vulnerable way I could ever answer a question. Because it was about my son.
Right. Dr. John had a wilderness camp. It was part of his strive. This is crazy.
I know.
Remember that? Yes. Remember that, Lee? There was a kid that was found unalive in the morning in his sleeping bag. I think that was in like North or South Carolina.
people too. Like I know that you used to take like CEOs out to a day in the wilderness because it's such a peaceful place to do.
CEOs out for a day in the wilderness.
So now they're finally talking about what he actually did. Let's see what they say.
So he tortured adults? What?
Yeah, but it's a different context.
It's a different context. What kind of context is it? Did the CEOs have a porn addiction? Hawkeye, thank you for your super chat. Hawkeye wants to know, Jay, why?
Said like you take someplace that could be peaceful and happy and then make them prisoners to it. Like think about that. Like it's so sad.
Well, the reason I did that, by the way, is because I wanted to change the context, right? Like if most CEOs are used to operating at their place of business and like they have control of that, right? They have complete power over that environment. But if you
did you kidnap the CEOs?
If you take them to a place where they're not in control of everything, right, and they're not all powerful and telling people what to do, then they're more vulnerable and they're more apt to actually open up or become more transparent about what it is they're dealing with.
Yeah, right. Yeah, and then you would take the CEOs and be like, by the way, you're not going anywhere. You're staying here overnight. You didn't know.
Hey, Sarah.
No, they were never overnight.
No, none of us at this table are proponents for wilderness therapy.
Well, I'm proponents for therapy.
Then why the frick did John work at one and wanted to create one and was basically couldn't do it because he wasn't Mormon in Utah? That's what I had heard. Okay, but all right.
Wilderness for like you just pointed out. For, like,
well, but not like children wilderness.
Taking yourself out there, I would go on hikes alone for my own therapy, self-care.
Well, not
Dr. John, where the wild thing goes. He battles wild tigers and lions and bears and alligators and raccoons and crocodiles and snakes and kangaroos and koala bears and monkeys. He battles them.
Teenage wilderness therapy.
Yeah, not kidnapping kids. Yeah. For that. Or taking them out. I know. You just don't know what's going on at those things, man.
I don't think my parents, I don't think they did, and I still don't think they do. I think there's like a disconnect of just like as a parent, like there's probably some feelings of, regret that they did that.
Guilt.
So you don't really want to
do what you feel is right. Yeah.
Right.
When you're desperate, I think that's the other thing with those wilderness camps too, is like when you've got desperate parents and they have money, they're willing to do whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they were super desperate.
Yeah. Anyway, guys, I am
signing off.
You getting tired?
Anyway, guys, my wine has fully kicked in, and I have full-on wine lips. We're gonna go. See ya.
Yeah, but I don't know how we're gonna tie all this together.
Yeah.
There's a lot. I think this is a record of the longest Patreon episode we've ever done.
Yeah.
Talking.
There's a lot of talking.
Did I answer? Did we answer?
Where's
did I
Lily?
answer your questions?
Lily,
can you conclude?
Where's
Well-
Lily? I want her to sleep with me tonight.
Like, can you come over here and bark a little bit?
she literally never barks.
I know, right? Exactly.
She really is the perfect dog.
Yeah.
Look,
you
she's
know.
like hasn't even opened her eyes. We've said her name 7 times.
No, she does bark, but only at the right times, which is when like strangers come to our door. She knows that there's.
I know, and
strangers.
her bark is awesome.
Her-
Strangers
yeah.
come to your door.
She would.
He's calling it our door. Our door.
Exactly. Yeah, she does bark if somebody knocks at the door, or like if somebody's coming up the stairs and she can hear it.
Up the
But-
stairs.
Did you have more
They're at Gray Bay's apartment because we watched the police officer go up the stairs.
questions?
No, I don't think I did. I actually just like this case was just really. I just couldn't stop thinking about it, and just thinking of it in the context of like the home I grew up in
Yeah.
with a sibling who was violent, and how,
Yeah.
you know,
There's so many. There are parallels. I know.
there's some moments that I remember that are very very scary.
I knew when you came over this morning for work, and
She didn't come over for. He's a liar, dude. This is so weird. Okay, so hear me out. Remember earlier in the stream, Lauren was like, or I'm sorry, Grayson was like, when I went home last night or the other night or whatever night it was when I went home, like, he's like, when you came over this morning for work, we all know. We already know. She stayed the night. Ew.
there are parallels. I know.
There's some moments that I remember that are very very scary.
I knew when you came over this morning for work, and you brought it up right away. I knew it was important to you.
Yeah.
So I'm glad we had a chance to talk about it.
Yeah. Thanks, Grayson.
Welcome.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone, and thank you to our patrons. We
Yeah.
realize,
Thank you guys for.
and to our subscribers. Apple subscription too. Thank you. This goes on both places, but we are sincerely so grateful for your support. We know it's been a while. We've been really busy here. As I pointed out, Grayson doesn't let us stop working. It's good. We're grateful for her. We're grateful.
What is
for
it?
her.
In every podcast worst nightmare. I'm like, you're working.
And yeah, and there's just been so much going on that has been there's no excuse. We will do more. A lot of people have shared
We
that
have to
they
do
miss.
better.
A lot of people have shared that they miss that we would just turn on. Has been there's no excuse. We will do more. A lot of people have shared that
We have
they
to do
miss.
better.
A lot of people have shared that they miss that we would just turn on the voice memo and just talk about
And
whatever.
we'll do that. But I do want to say too that I'm working on the Micah Smith episode, which I think is going to be. It's going to be for me. It's going to be.
Who's Micah Smith? Who's Micah Smith? Isn't it Micah Miller?
Yeah, that's who I thought it was too. Her
Is there another Micah that they covered that I'm not aware of?
Smith?
We're going to talk about who they're trolling. It's Micah Miller.
Oh.
He's working on Micah Smith's case. Doesn't even know her name.
There actually is a Micah Smith case. It looks like it was a Utah child torture case. Micah Smith, January 2nd, 2026. So it's another highly salacious child case. In Utah child torture case, judge rejects father's request to ban courtroom cameras for now after Tribune other media object. Micah Smith was charged with 6 felonies after he took his 3 young children on a challenging and stormy hike that left the group hospitalized. After a defense attorney asked the judge to ban courtroom cameras for a Utah man accused of taking his young kids on a torturous hike during a frigid winter storm, the Salt Lake Tribune and other media outlets have argued for transparency. Kayla Mahoney asserted there's been a media frenzy since her 31-year-old client, Micah Smith, was charged with child torture in November, weeks after he and his 3 children had to be rescued from the Big Cottonwood Canyon hike. The children, I remember hearing about this, the children aged 2, 4, and 8 years old were all hospitalized along with Smith. So that's what he's working on now.
I'm working on the Micah Smith episode, which I think is going to be, for me, it's going to be one of the most personal episodes I've ever done. So I'm struggling with it a little.
Oh my God.
Oh, you know what?
It's going to be one of the most personal episodes of.
It's going to be personal, and it will go hand in hand with the Wild Ones reading that we were treated to by Jolene. So this will be a good hand in hand episode to go with. You guys will have to do the Micah Smith, Dr. Yan, and read his article. So thank you, Dr. Yan, for giving us another show idea.
Oh, Micah Smith tortured children in Utah.
And
I swear to God, people, I did not hear this part earlier, but they said it. That was a strict guess on my point, or on my part. We got a full bingo card. That was a good guess on my part. But oh my God, he's going to dedicate an episode about a man who took his kids hiking and tortured them. He's dedicating that to his son. He's dedicating it to his son.
Jan, brilliant.
Why would you dedicate? That's as bad as her saying about the bed video. And I document this, and you can edit it so I can show my son one day. Oh my God. Lord help me. I'm ordering pizza.
I gotta get something.
And I want him to be able to look back on that episode someday.
Why?
Fondly. Yeah. And so that's coming. That's coming.
No pressure.
What?
And so I want to get it right because it's really going to be dedicated to our son. Oh. And I want him to be able to look back on that episode someday fondly. Yeah. And so that's coming. That's coming.
No pressure.
Yeah, no.
That's what we literally. That's the opposite of what we always want a patron to be. Is no pressure. Turn it on. Well, NPD, no big deal. This is what's going on.
Well, we'll do those too. But some of the more produced episodes, like the one that I did, and I don't remember when I did it now, but the one we did a few months ago.
The Halloween one.
Yeah, the Halloween one, exactly.
The Halloween / Christmas.
Before I went away to college, I was working at a daycare center, and I worked up in the little kids, it was like infant to I think 3-year-old, and I never knew Micah was a girl's name. Because I had this little boy that I cared for, and then I would babysit him on my off time. And yeah, his name was Micah. So I always thought it was a boy's name until Micah Miller.
Halloween with the Christmas tree.
Halloween.
Christmas tree.
The
nightmare before Christmas.
Yes.
Themed.
Christmas tree's almost down.
Yeah, it's halfway
down.
Her tree is still up?
I'm thinking of starting 2026 with a new table for our podcast.
You know what? You could just put it
so nobody freak out.
You could just put the tree back up and just put some Valentine's decorations on it at this point.
Taking the tree down.
Well,
happy birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday to you.
Oh, I was going to say happy birthday to our Gem Becky.
Yes, happy birthday to her, and happy birthday to you
They're
this
all
weekend.
alive, but they all needed to be hospitalized.
Yeah.
Happy birthday to.
We got a
are
cooter
also
chat.
full of shit. Poop emoji, toilet emoji, face emoji.
That was great because it's important to expose this shit. But man, it's rough to listen to. So I'm really glad that I have you guys. Thank you for being here. If you haven't hit the like button, if you could quickly do that, it does let YouTube know that we're here and we're doing something over here. We're trying to.
My fellow Capricorn, Becky. Birthday,
Yeah,
by
happy
the way,
birthday to you.
Becky.
Oh, I was going to say happy birthday to our Gem Becky.
Yes, happy birthday to her, and happy birthday to you this weekend.
Yeah.
Happy birthday to my fellow Capricorn.
I wonder if Becky has been down in our comments. I'm sure she has.
Becky.
Becky. Grayson's like, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, baby.
Becky.
I don't know, but Dr. Momo, she said earlier, she was asked what it was like to work for Hidden True Crime. And she said it's like sitting and talking to friends.
Sure.
Yes, that's all.
All right, guys. Thank you for all your support. I feel like I'm the one who has to keep leading this back to something rational. Thank you guys for all your support.
Oh, yeah,
we
you're
really,
welcome.
we really value you guys.
We'll turn this recorder on more because they do want the
Yeah.
They just want the behind the scenes.
Okay.
Shit.
Well, this is
Like
both.
that.
This is like research. Really value guys.
We'll turn this recorder on more because they do want the
Yeah.
They just want the behind the scenes.
Okay.
Shit.
Well, this is
Like
both.
that.
This is
They want the behind the scenes shit like that. Can you imagine if she had the camera on and she's in her little, we got a cooter chat.
To dedicate such an episode to his child is disturbing. It almost seems demonic and threatening to me. Red flags for days.
Snazzy, thank you for your cooter chat. And I agree completely. Why would you want that to be something that honors your son? Such a sick ass case. They want the behind the scenes shit. Sitting there in her little sheep and flowers and cherries.
I feel like that if we did get the camera on her, this is what we would be looking at. Yesterday when I was doing my research, she threw this up and it was something like, oh, you know, when you get this and this FOIAs, what you do is you sit down and you do this. And I feel like this is what she would be looking at. Look at her hands there, you guys. Like that is a true sign of like what her face would look like if she wasn't doing all the work that she did on herself. Okay, so let's wrap things up here. I just have a few more things I wanted to show you about our Gray Bay before we head out. I did see in the email that was sent to me, Grayson does have a LinkedIn if you're interested in peeking. This is what she has over there. Grayson, your content team lead. She has 11 connections. She hasn't posted. She has experience 10 to life, content team lead, operation coordinator, 10 to life LLC, content creator, writer, nanny. So I'm positive that she's their nanny slash producer slash assistant slash paid best friend. So you can't tell me otherwise. You can't tell me nothing. Let me see what you guys are saying. What on earth is wrong with these people? Ooh, I wish I knew. And a Princeton t-shirt. Yeah, we had to screen grab that shit. Children separate from hypothermia and freeze bite. Barely found them all alive. Yeah, those poor kids. And of course, Dr. Yan is going to talk about it and dedicate it to his son. Makes perfect sense. Perfect sense. You're welcome. Let me make sure I shared everything I wanted to today. Just run through everything really quick. Yep, I think I got it all. I do want to also talk about this week, CrimeCon, and this woman, Susan Hendricks, because I saw a video, the backstabbing this woman did to Turtle Boy is intense and insane. And this is Lauren's bestie, right? I showed you quite a few pictures today of Lauren just kind of hanging out with said bestie. And so I think birds of a feather sort of flock together. Do they not? Do they not? I think they do. Okay, guys, I'm going to head out of here. Can't believe it's been like 3 hours already. Or 4 hours. Holy cow. 4 hours. Thank you for sticking with me, you guys. Kim, thank you so much for moderating. I really do appreciate it. Hi there. Yeah, awful. It's almost like a large majority of people have been hypnotized into thinking the wrong way. Yeah, I think the whole world, we're like collectively starting to wake up, and I think some people, the people that are still in their corner, I guess, just haven't woke up yet, because I did see over on Reddit that there is somebody that is tracking their data. Well, there's a few people tracking their data, and this one says HTC comments a clear turning point on 2010. I don't know. I have a hard time reading when it's like this. I think this is October 19th, 2025. 35.6% of lifers stop posting after that date. I'm posting AI recaps of my research to save time. If you have suggestions, they want you to do that. My working hypothesis is that chat is dominated by automatic accounts. The goal is to identify the deployment pattern mechanism behind that activity. So this is more towards their chats, but you can find some great stuff over on Reddit. And there are also people that are tracking. I think I saw somebody tracking the loss and gain of subscribers. They've started to go back up on subscribers, but I am thoroughly convinced that people don't do their research and try to see what true crime or what YouTubers are about before they hit that subscribe button. I do. I didn't always before. And because, we like, you just didn't think you needed to, but now I guess you do. Now that you know, you can do better, right? So I do it. I do better now that I know. And I think you guys do too. I think one of the Mormon temples has a big, huge sim farm they're running because, I think they're backed by the Mormons, and I think they do. I think they are employing a lot of like strangeness, highly strangeness, because the moderation, I've covered it over and over again, the amount of moderations that these people do during a live, no wonder they have to go behind a Patreon and do it that way, because they just can't. I just personally, I couldn't handle it. I couldn't handle moderating and having to read all those comments when I was in complete, and I would imagine them, I imagine that they are in complete and utter denial. So imagine being in complete and utter denial and reading all those comments and still being in complete and utter denial. It's crazy. Yeah. Yeah, they're working overtime for sure. Okay, guys, I am going to head out. Thank you so much, Kim, for moderating. Thank you, Ms. Mojo Rising, for being a dragonfly for 1 month. Thank you to Kitty Hackinson for your $4.99 super sticker. Thank you to Tabby Cat 6076 for your super sticker. Romo Victoria, welcome to the Dragonflies. Thank you for becoming a member. Mom One Interrupted. I think I missed this. I think I missed you becoming a Dragonfly. I'm not sure if I did or I didn't. But thank you for becoming a Dragonfly. And I think I missed this too. Wellington Nada 5501. Thank you so much for your super sticker. I see an R, so I'm guessing this is an Aussie, and I see a little koala bear. Thank you. Your support, your guys' support means so much to me. It means so much to me. We're going to take this out with a little humor. I had some fun with AI, really cheesy AI, hidden true crime roast. And I'm going to take us out with something funny because I need it after this live, because I don't know, Dr. Yan really stresses me out. He stresses me. Grayson makes me laugh a little bit. Lauren stresses me. I love when Trisha comes up to play because she cracks me up. But yeah, we're gonna I'm gonna take us out with some AI roast. Thank you guys for being here. I really, really appreciate you. And if nobody's told you this today, and even if they have, I do not care. I'm still going to tell you guys this. I love you guys so, so much. And I'll see you next time. Be sure to hit that thumbs up on the way out and subscribe. Bye, guys.
Oh, the struggle is real, can't you see? This existential crisis is killing me.
Hidden true crime and the stalking
One
fable.
hand up dramatic, eyes roll
With
to
her
the
trusty
sky.
sidekick, Grey Bay.
Life's just too hard, I might just cry. Who gave me this moment of pure despair? My suffering is beyond compare.
Why does this lady look like she's practicing her mugshot expressions? One photo's like I didn't do it, next one's maybe I did, and the last one's fine, I'll do it again. Holy shit, this is the most commitment I've seen outside my divorce lawyer's office.
Hey there. Feeling lonely? Whispers. I've got 6 moods of pure suburban desperation, waiting just for you. Sultry voice. Want to hear about my weekend errands? My meal prep fantasies? Breathes. Call now. Disappointment guaranteed.
By the sweating panic of a nervous MIB agent, look at this smiling propaganda vector trying to normalize stalker recruitment. They want you to think this is just another cute true crime story when it's clearly a training manual for government-sanctioned harassment protocols. They're conditioning the population to accept surveillance as entertainment while building a database of psychological manipulation techniques. We're already inside the matrix of normalized predatory behavior, and nobody is seeing the truth. The dots are dotting. Agent Ass Hat, out.
Breaking news. Grayson's about to get a true crime documentary cosplay from this chipmunk on caffeine energy. Looks like a golden retriever who just found out true crime podcasts are basically investigative fan fiction. If Wikipedia had a spirit animal, this would be her chaotic neutral alignment. Suburban Nancy Drew vibes. Weaponized curiosity meets serial killer research aesthetic. Blonde forensic researcher energy. More excited about the murder than the murderer. This is what happens when Girl Scout detective camp meets late night internet rabbit holes.
Well, now looks like someone captured lightning in a bottle with this snapshot. 2 lovebirds looking like they just robbed the romance bank. And honey, the heist is smooth.
Look at us, so perfectly staged, smiling bright, our love artificially paged, black and white filter making us look deep, our origin story just a marketing leap. Oh, our love so curated, every moment calculated, pose for the camera, baby, make this moment totally maybe.
Observe the rare Homo graysonicus, a species distinguished by its unsettling ability to maintain sustained eye contact and an eerily cheerful demeanor. Here we witness its classic hunting technique, intense smiling while plotting maximum social discomfort. Truly a marvel of psychological warfare.
Miss McHugh, but I had you for that day. Here in the blue, I'm falling deep into you.
Be sure to give this live a thumbs up. Helps me go out into the algorithm party out there. Bring more people back to the party. It's just a free way to help me out.
Tonight and it feels fine. Feels fine. Baby, I'm dancing with you tonight. Here in the blue, I'm dancing and falling out, hoping for some time with you.